Oh yeah, I just saw so much stuff, didn't I? Excuse me. I like this little bit here. Although I do want to grow different stuff. So I've got like 2 rows of carrots and 2 rows of beetroot, and I don't need that much. What else was I doing? Never.
Oh, Turtle. Hey, Turtle.
Hi. Oh man. Well, see, I need to kill you, but I don't want to. Can you forgive me? I just don't want to know. Okay. I'm going to kill you.
Whereas the old world,
Disappeared.
well, we're not actually playing on the Xbox. We're playing from Kirsty's PlayStation 4. So this is just a new world that we're playing until such time as we can be bothered to sort out the old world. It still exists. It's all still there. I was just having some problems syncing Xboxes. So that's all sorted now. So it's all safe. It still exists, don't worry.
Oh, hello.
Hey, here we go.
Where else can I get liver from? Obviously, I like cows and horses.
It depends what you need the lever for.
But
Uh,
sorry. You didn't give me nothing, did you?
Not sure.
I'm sorry, Cleo. I didn't mean to. Like, I keep building up my cows and I'm killing them. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Come on, then. Come on, up. There, up. Hello. Ow. Ow. Nicely, nicely. Here you go.
No, there's nowhere for you to go.
It might be. Cleo, come here.
No, mate.
What you doing? Come here, sweet please.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
How did you get in there? want that. No, against me. Right. Let me go find lots and lots of cows. I'm sorry, I have to kill them. My God. Look, I won't kill any horses, okay? I'll just kill the cows. And possibly donkeys if they give love. Don't do them. Lambs?
I'm not sure about that, actually. I was thinking that when you were asking me before.
I won't kill too many, just what I need, I promise. Yeah, I know. Okay.
What?
Cows, mushrooms, horses, donkeys, mules, llamas, and hoglins. What the fuck are hoglins?
What?
What it says?
Spell it.
Hog and then L-O-N.
I have never heard of those before.
Oh, they're a zombie pig. Zombified variant. It's a zombified pig. No, the zombie pig one, no. Hoglins are breedable and hostile mobs, and the main source of food is in the metal.
Oh, because remember, the never got a huge update.
Hoglins spawn in groups of 3 to 4 in crimson forests, and may respawn over time. 5% of hoglins spawn as babies. Some hoglins may also spawn in bastion remnants of one generation. Okay. They're hostile. They will attack player with scent. Oh, I want to see that. When an adult hoglin attacks, it flings the player in the air. Even if you block it with a shield, you'll still be flung. So yeah, cows, horses, donkeys, mules, llamas, they all give them that. You know.
Oh, my tree farm is at max capacity now. All planted with birch trees. Oh wow, there's still more sapling on the bits of leaves that haven't broken up yet.
Oh, bollocks.
What's up?
Well, I haven't got a map, so I'm going to better find it right now.
I'll just do it using the coordinates.
Cleo, close your eyes.
That actually popped up with a message then.
That's probably one of the horses that I mounted.
That mean if I murder you, I'll get a little pop up in my head. No wait, if you murder me.
What, I come back here for?
No.
I come back here for what? Fuck's sake. I literally said it like a minute ago.
Well, I cannot help you because I do not know. I must admit, I do feel weird playing this world because I really want to play the world that's on my Xbox. You know, the one where we've got the co-op on the ground. So I feel like if I put too much effort into this, I'm just going to be like, nah, and I really like that old world because there's so much effort into that in terms of a co-op. I mean, you helped a lot with that as well. There's another co-op in this one.
Map. That's what comes up. I used all my paper. What's my map to do? Really?
What?
That's like as zoomed in as it possibly can be.
Oh, you want one that's zoomed out? Oh, a little bit further. Four, that's it, yeah. There you go.
Why is my plane not showing up?
Oh, that's a you made a hold on. What type of map is it? Hover over where it says map. Oh, map. Yeah, you probably want to because there are two kinds of maps now. You got normal maps and you got locator maps. I don't know how to create a locator map, by the way.
Well, I just want my person's thing to be on there because I'm not going to know which way I'm facing.
Oh yeah, no, that's why you need a locator map because that will show you. But I don't know how to create a locator
Are you
map.
actually serious right now?
Yeah.
You need a paper and compass.
Uh-huh.
How do I make a compass? So that's redstone.
Yeah, redstone and I'm gonna guess iron ingots maybe. Probably in the tools section. But yeah, equipment, that's what I meant, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, one bit of redstone, 4 ingots, done.
Easy.
Fucking easy, can't see.
Is there something about doing it on an anvil? Hey.
There we go. Oh, it's like you're hammering in the compass into the map.
Are we able to see these?
Yep. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's the file I need to edit there. That's not why I'm here. That is not why I'm here. Oh, yes, I do. Hallelujah! Oh, look at that, baby. Look at that. That looks sexy. That looks sexy. Yeah. Who fucking does counts? Okay. Looks like we're going to do it again. So I'm going to mix her up on here so I can see if anyone chats. Oh.
Fuck you and your fucking mum.
Oh yeah, mixer. There we go, chat. Right.
Thanks for the... No, get back in there, you fucking... Mr. Sheep, you're more than welcome in. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. I see cows.
Hmm?
I see cows. Really? Oh no, you did give me that back. Okay, cool. There's the cow. There's the cow. Gosh. shouldn't I? Different fucking colours. Need 2 more white sheep or 1 more grey sheep. That's good. Yeah, sheepy, 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 sheepy. Maybe it's 12, I think. I found tons of sheep earlier. Like literally 2 months ago. And now they're nowhere to be seen. What did you do with the fucking sheep?
Hmm?
What did you do with all the fucking sheep?
I shot them. Well, first it was pigs, and that worked out pretty well. I thought I'd move on to sheep. And I shot all of them.
Lovely. Fuck's sake. I was like, oh, as it's getting to night time, I'll go down here and explore the cave and wait. It's a fucking dead end. Oh shit.
Oh.
Endy man.
Oh.
I can take you, bitch. But I'm not going to. I can't sleep. I don't have bed.
Get home then.
It's like ages away.
Can't be that far away.
No, 35. See? It's like mileage. I actually why that's funny.
What the hell? Oh
my fucking god!
There's like there were 4 of them in a row. Why are you going around in this? Zombies?
Because they're fucking zombies. There's loads of fucking holes around here.
Well, make like your arsehole and plug it up.
Oh shit. Don't hit me. Thank you. Oh no. Bedtime. Excuse me. Let's see how many books I can make. Let's see if I should have green. Not sure. Come on, shall we grow? You do execute. Oh, Well, look, there's a beehive. Which I don't get my bottle.
Mm.
Apparently, you can get it from a glass bottle. I have a glass bottle. I fully expect to die from bees because I'm not sure how it's going to work.
Oh, collect.
Oh, so you can't collect it when obviously when it's not showing in them bits there.
Because the bees go out and they go across
That's
flower
what
to get
couldn't
pollen.
do it last time.
And then when you watch the bees fly, you see it looks like the pollen's dropping. They go back to there, and after so many bees have gone back, it accumulates, and then you can collect it.
Oh. Where's the bee? I don't know.
Well, they'll be around. Just can't wait.
Whoa.
Those spot-ups.
That's a little bit dangerous.
40 minutes.
Yeah? We're going to tweet in this time?
Well, it depends if he said anything worthy of tweeting in.
Suppose you haven't got it on the button.
Hmm?
Suppose you haven't got it on the button.
Yeah. Oh, if you want to put it on. Hmm? Yes, you can. I'll give you permission.
What? I don't need your permission.
Yes, it is. My gaming time. My stream. It's up to me what audio played in my stream.
It's not. Hello. 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 You've been very rude. My mate.
That's the person who I would have already punched in the face.
Why? Just because I was jumping out the window and going, hello.
Yeah, oh, what the fuck are you doing?
Why would you punch me in the face?
Punch you in the face.
That's just mean. Huh?
What?
If I put that in my box down with the farm thing.
Well, clearly you did.
No, I definitely didn't. I'm sure. Someone told me. How the fuck did you get in there? Are you not like glitching or something? I only had one horse in there. The other one was definitely outside because it was hung around this area.
You need to
Now all of a sudden it's in there. How?
Don't know.
I need to know.
I don't know. God, I just want to shave off like all the back half of her. Bye, sheep. Wee. How'd you kill the shirt?
I'm going scoring mostly for liver.
Liver. I'm exploring for some liver.
Simon.
I'm going exploring for some liver. Allow me something, okay? I'm not allowed to sing the pancakes on.
Come on.
Make a pancake, make a pancake, make a pancake.
Stop looking. Look, take your son and fuck off, yeah? I'm gonna kill your dad. It didn't even give me any liver anyway. I'm gonna kill your mum, darling.
There you go.
I won't kill you though.
Have you seen Betty? I've been looking for her all day. Have you seen Betty? On the left. On the left.
Come here. Jesus Christ.
I think there was some more, like once you got that one to your right. Right a little bit. And that direction. Could have sworn I saw a cow.
Ah.
Oh, okay, maybe it was just an indie band. oh, there's the cow on the right.
Yeah, it's getting too dark now.
Okay. Hello, we just go for a swim. I'm going swimming. Oh, we didn't get to listen to the daily briefing today. We didn't get to do the drink along with.
So,
I had no idea. Well, you know how it works with people playing glasses, yeah? The amount of water in the glass determines what note or pitch.
yeah.
Listen carefully.
I'm listening.
Stop doing that just for a second, yeah? There, hold on.
That's fine.
Lower.
No, it's fine.
No. Lower. Because there's more space. If I recorded every single, like drank a little bit, recorded, drank a little bit, recorded, I could have like set up like a MIDI keyboard. Yeah, I know. That's because there's not a lot of air in there. Drink more, do it again, and it will go lower. See? I could get like one of those just small electric keyboards that like input the sound to each one.
Ooh. Why is he over here? Hello. Please don't eat me. Oh shit! 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 Okay, 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 okay. I saw the honey.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I just chopped my sword. They didn't like it.
Oh yeah, their eyes go red.
Can I say? Can you forgive me?
Yeah, he's cool. Yeah.
Fine. Shut up!
Make me. Oh wait, you can't. Oh, well, prove it then. Oh, right, that's what I thought. Jesus Christ. That is a lot of dirt. Oh, that's just about. Oh, Jesus Christ, just about. Whew. Do that again, no? That's it, bend them.
No, because they help when they bend the other way. When they bend like that. That's like that.
Hmm?
Like that.
If you run, possibly, because it only looks to be about 6 blocks. If you could you've got soil. Build the soil. Turn to your left. Turn to, from where you were, and only a little bit. Like look down. Like, look across. Keep going. If you turn a little bit to your right now, a little bit to your right, see, it looks like you can make it into there. Yeah, because it looks to be about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks actually. So I was nearly right.
Yeah, but if I just judge it
Wrong.
just even slightly, then I'm fucked. And I lose all that stuff because I won't get the finest place again. I will, but.
Use your dirt to build a bridge a little bit going outward, then you can just jump straight in.
Yeah, but how will I know when I'm done?
Turn around. Turn around. Look down. Turn all the way around. And then look up. There you go.
Yeah.
Now keep going.
How?
Keep going. Alright, stop.
Okay, for that bit. Big one.
Yeah. You can probably just jump off of it now, and like, just as long as you hold forward to go. Yeah, there you go. Oh, the creeps are there. That is that.
Sheep.
Sheep. That's a funny looking sheep. What the hell? Hold on. I can't see any face on that sheep. I did not see a face on it. That sheep had no face. Oh, it does now. Now it has a face. Fucking weirdo sheep.
Oh, it's stuck.
Huh?
That's stuck on that.
Oh, now kill it. I feed you. Now die.
I'm not going to kill it.
Yeah. Oh, so one more.
Bollocks.
Well, best thing to do is kill some sheep. Oh my god, plenty of sheep. There you go. Kill some sheep, get some wood, make a fucking bed.
Fucking idiot.
Ten. So, oh, that's what we have. So, uh, 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 uh. Na, 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 na.
Coco.
Coco. Oh. I think of somebody did a smelly dito. Um, um, uh, uh, uh. There we go. Fuck off. Cocksucker. I feel like I might have a rash or something around my neck. Yeah,
It's a little bit red.
yeah, there's something here. I can feel it. I feel like it's got a lump there. And then even when I was looking in the mirror, it felt a bit. It looked a bit. You know, if you're setting up to go to bed, please tell me, because then, you know, by the time it takes you to set up, I can actually to get into my
Well, I'm
bed.
not necessarily setting up for bed, I'm setting up to sort of stay here for the night. If you happen to be near a bed, then I'll go to bed.
Yeah, I'm right next to my bed. The little area I'm working on is like, you know, a minute away from.
Oh, hello.
Bobby! Oh, I don't.
Mm.
You didn't get stuck. And that's what you were thinking. As soon as you do that, you're like, oh shit. Have I made a oopsie? Did I do the oopsie in the poopsie? Oh, what the fuck is the other? Dickhead.
I wish I had bones on me, mate, but I don't. Because I lost my dogs. Well, I say I lost them. I kind of left them. Yeah, I'd love to take you home, but.
Make it, make it, make it, make it, make it. My name is Coco, I like to fart. I make them smelly.
Ooh, what happened to you?
Man. What?
I've seen anything like that before.
Well, there's millions and millions of variations of the world, so, yeah. Cha-cha. Cha-cha-cha. Cha-cha-cha. level. 68, okay. What?
Never seen anything like this. There's no.
Oh, I see a few things like that actually. Ooh, mushrooms. See, here's where if you had a bucket of water, it'd be cool to go and explore. It looks like a creeper that exploded and just gone.
That's what I'm thinking, because there's things like that mushroom up there has clearly been took out, but it's not me. So I think something else happened. Maybe not done. There's a cross. The fuck was that? A fucking arrow from somewhere.
So it felt like something exploded more.
Yeah, I think there was an
You show one back.
Yeah, I am going to take this shit.
Why do I do this? Every fucking time I play Minecraft, I give myself some sort of stupid project, which is just monumental.
No one's forcing you to do it.
Oh no one is. It's just I know it will make it sort of worth my time. You know, I like doing things that I can invest my time in, but I don't. I always forget about how long it's going to take until after I sort of started it, and then it's like, oh, for fuck's sake, I've done it again. Here we go with long-term investments, making some pancakes, and you just got to put on it for 15 more minutes. Okay, come on.
Why?
Because you're my girlfriend. Shut up. Did you look at the clock? Of course you didn't. I just thought we still got an Easter egg over there.
around here. I guess I'm in the flower pot now.
There's no such thing as a flower biome.
There it is. Oh, shit. Oh, I got security. And you gave me Fackle. God, it's flowers everywhere.
We'll try and collect at least a couple of weeks' time.
Why?
Die.
Before.
Huh?
What for?
Anything. You never know when you're gonna want to die something. Always handy to have. Better to have and not need than need and not have. Hence why people panic for toilet paper. So that's one thing I'd rather have and not need than need and not have. Oh, come on. Ah.
Right, I'm now going to find a place to sleep.
Okay. What the fuck?
No.
Pillaged in my tree farm.
Oh.
Like that.
Really?
Butt to butt. Butt to butt. Butt butt to butt. Let's sleep butt to butt. Husky on floor is lying with me, butt cheek to cheek. Na, 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 na. It's They're still here, you still hanging around like a bad fucking smell. Nope. You have seemed to have gone. Thank you, you piece of shit. There we go. Yeah, just a little bit. Not enough. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing. Na, na, na. Do, 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 do. No, no, no.
What the fuck are you doing? Bit rude.
Only a bit rude. Fine, I'll be doubly rude.
Such cheese.
Shut up, or I'll do you at the bum. Oh, so you want to get down on the bum. I said shut up, of course. Hi. Sup, little shit. Hello. Oh, I'm going to take the food. Hello. Hello. Yeah, that's it. I just want to stroke it. There we go. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I got that bitches on my feet. Got bitches on my feet. 6 minutes. You put it on your phone.
Would you like it on my phone?
Yeah.
And how do I say, could you please put it on my phone, please?
Could you please put LBC on your phone, please? Thank you.
Which we don't done.
Oh, that's nice and warm. You have warm belly, thank you. If it's too heavy, let me know and I'll move my foot. Damn. Yeah, open your legs, leave my foot warm. Right. It is actually nice and warm on her belly, genuinely. Kirsty, give me a belly. Ah, right. What?
I've convinced Katie to do her mashed potatoes how you do it.
Oh, okay.
Because she said she went, oh my gosh, they sound amazing. I part boil them, then put oil and salt and pepper on them. But I'm definitely going to try them that way.
If you want, I can send you the exact thing that I do.
Yeah.
Alright, am I safe on there? Yeah, okay, I'm in a safe place, right. I'll send that to you quickly and then you can send that to her because I remember. I'll just do it on a WhatsApp message because then you can just copy the text over to however you're talking to her.
I had to put it on Facebook. Maybe I don't know. So.
People who can't pay their rent, or the smaller number of landlords who are going to suffer terribly as a result of tenants not paying their rents. So Ken, I'm afraid I don't have a happy place for you to go, or an answer you're going to be happy about. That you're not able to get possession at the moment, and although you could bring a claim against your tenants for them to pay the rent,
The legal hour. Always good fun.
A money claim against them for the arrears of rent. That's going to take quite a few months to process through the court system. And by the time it's processed through the court system, I suspect it's all going to be over one way or the other anyway.
As I said earlier, what you might want to do is talk to your lender and as a buy-to-let borrower, you might want to get some sort of mortgage break there, payment break as well. Ken, thank you very much. That's another reason to remind you that tomorrow at 8 we're doing a special hour on dealing with mortgages. We've just got time for Richard in East Ham. Hello, Richard. Hello, what's your last? For tax HMRC for 2018-2019, and at the same time I want to address, is it too late for me to claim for the self-employed family because
Richard, did you know that 2018-2019 when you become a driver? You did. Why haven't you filed tax returns? Is there a reason? One of the reasons I was sort of isolating, and also I put an accountant help me out with what I'm doing. But no, that's not quite an answer to the question I asked, Richard. I said, why didn't you file one at the time? It should have been filed by the end of January 2020. Self-isolation came in after that. So
What?
And that tax thing you didn't send
Oh, right.
I'm afraid you're going to struggle to qualify for income under the self-employment scheme because Rishi Sunak actually extended time for people like you who haven't put in tax returns to do it until 3 weeks after he announced the scheme, which was the end of March. We're past that 3-week period now, which means that you can't put in the tax return late, or at least can't put it in late and still be eligible for the self-employed scheme. So I'm sorry, Richard, I know it's a genuine mistake that you didn't put it in on time, but you're not going to be able to put it in now and claim under the scheme.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you very much indeed for that. And Daniel, thank you. We will see you again next week, no doubt, with more updates and maybe a little bit more clarification as well. Another legal hour coming up next week. I'm back here at 6 tomorrow. And we will be including some more legal advice. We've got the consumer hour with Dean Dunham joining me at 9. And before that, a mortgage special. A lot of people having problems and questions with mortgages, so we're dealing with that at 8 o'clock. Join me from 6. Coming up at 1, it's Richard Spurb. Next on LBC, Nick Abbott.
The advice offered in this hour is for guidance only. You should always seek your own independent legal and financial opinion.
Thanks, Clive. Clothes sales are down, furniture sales are down, but alcohol sales are up.
Excuse me.
Way up. Who cares about sofas and suits when you can make the room spin by lunchtime? When wine o'clock can be any time you like.
Is that too
In other news, the government claimed
What?
that no one saw the pandemic coming. But the
No,
people
that's
that they
fine.
rely on to tell them about future threats told them there was a pandemic coming last year. Maybe they didn't get the email. And Donald Trump has a new idea after his injecting toilet cleaner brainwave ran into the small problem that it was quite clearly completely insane. All that and more coming up with me, Nick Abbott, after the new news at 10 on LBC.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading
It's
presents
getting dark. I don't
conversation.
know if I can
This
actually
is LBC.
Sports Newsroom at 10 o'clock. The Prime Minister will be back at work on Monday, 2 weeks after getting out of hospital after being treated for coronavirus. Boris Johnson has been holding meetings via Zoom this week and he met colleagues yesterday to discuss the coronavirus crisis. The Metropolitan Police Federation says it believes mixed messages from the government about the lockdown is making it harder to police the coronavirus crisis. The organisation has questioned whether DIY stores are essential.
There you go, send you a message.
Traffic on the road is now increasing, while the government has denied it's sending mixed messages. Meanwhile, the medical director for NHS England, Professor Stephen Powers, says people must not break the lockdown rules, especially during the hot weather.
The sun is out around the country, the days are getting longer, and I'm sure it's tempting for people to feel that they should go out. But of course, I can't emphasise enough that we are far from there yet. It's really critical that people maintain their compliance with those social distancing instructions. It won't take much for this virus to start increasing its transmission again and to spread more widely.
The latest official figures show more than 20,000 people have now died in UK hospitals from the coronavirus. 813 deaths have been recorded in the last 24 hours. Globally,
Really?
more than 200,000 people have died from the virus. The government says sophisticated criminals, including drug dealers and fraudsters, are taking advantage of the crisis. At today's briefing, the Director General of the National Crime Agency, Lynn Owens, says criminals
Give over. Just hold it.
He wants to come in. Right, as soon as you don't even put the block there, just go to sleep. Just go to sleep.
Have taken down more than 2,000 scams relating to coronavirus. Health officials are urging people to travel to A&E departments if they have other medical conditions that require urgent attention.
There you go. Copy the first one, then send that, and then copy the second one, and send that. Just the recipe for the crispy potatoes. If she actually wants to do it that way.
Hospitals across the country, and that means that, as well as other critical
I like step 10.
we will be able to restart some of those more routine services that the NHS is also
My
here to
favourite
provide.
step.
No, I'm getting there.
Players, coaches and senior management at Aston Villa have agreed to defer 25% of their salaries.
No.
The top flight club have also urged the Premier League to take action to help teams with financial problems in the lower divisions. Villa's non-playing staff now won't be furloughed during football's coronavirus shutdown. Forecasting weather on most areas staying dry tonight. A few showers possible across the west and south.
Jesus Christ, I couldn't see a skeleton because it was camouflaged in the tree. It's just something kept hitting me. I was like, what the fuck's going on? Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh no, that's bad. I don't
Kim
do
Jong
that.
Un dead or what? Come on, let us know. More rumours claim that Kim Jong Un, you know Kim Jong Un, he's the son of Kim Jong Il, who was the son of Menta Lee Il. More rumours claim that Kim Jong Un is dead. Chinese-backed journalist claims the North Korean dictator has died permanently. Japanese report says he's in a coma, but satellite photos show his private train visiting his holiday home this week. His private train! Wow, the only two people on Earth are the dear leader and Prince Charles, who have their own private train. What a group to be in. Little Fat Kim and... A couple of days ago, the Super Soaraway Sun, I proposed nothing at all, warned us that we're about to have World War III if Kim Jong-un actually dies. He looks in, just look at the silhouette of that man. Looks like his heart is ready to explode out of his chest at any moment. He's the only fat person in North Korea. What does that tell you? Kim Jong-un's death could force the US and South Korea into military action which would make Afghanistan and Iraq pale in comparison, experts warn. It'll make Afghanistan and Iraq look like a tea party. Except you can't have those anymore. Experts fear the power void left behind by the despot's demise may erupt into an ugly civil war involving rival military units within the mighty North Korean army. which numbers, what, 1 million or 10 million? I've got no idea. We're not supposed to know. It's a secret. So this is forthcoming attractions. Well, we haven't got enough to worry about. What with that and climate change. Remember climate change? When people were concerned about climate change and Brexit? When was the last time you even thought about Brexit? That question does not apply to a government minister because a lot of them have thought about nothing else, even with everything that's going on at the moment. They're still busy getting Brexit done because that's the important thing.
Oh.
On Tuesday last, it was claimed it was not
Hello?
known if King was dead or alive.
I really need to pay attention to that.
Right. Looking at him, it's hard to tell.
Sir?
It's like an ill space hopper.
Is that hello?
An official said that King was likely to be still in full control of his military.
In any case, hi.
Probably. Vice Chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General John Hyden said in the intel, I don't have anything to confirm or deny anything along those lines. Well, that's illuminating, isn't it? Just say, I don't know. That's military speak for, I don't know. David Maxwell, a retired Special Forces colonel and senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy's think tank, explained how things could go wrong very quickly. He told the Military Times, which is my favourite military magazine, he said units of the North Korean People's Army are going to compete for resources and survival. This will lead to internal conflict among units and could escalate to widespread civil war. And he fears the bloodshed in the nuclear state could lead to South Korea being forced into action, dragging the US into the fight. But I thought that Donnie was Lil Fat Kim's best buddy. Like Donnie hasn't had a bad enough week. Poor Donnie. His best buddy in the whole wide world, sickly. Looking a bit pale, or whatever that colour is. Meanwhile, Dennis Rodman is
Dennis Rodman?
Dennis Rodman. It looks like he's just dropped in from space, Dennis Rodman. He's the being from another planet. And for some unfathomable reason, he is the major go-between between the Western world and North Korea, Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman revealed that he was praying his old pal Kim makes a quick recovery because, you know, that'll work.
I dropped them down, that would be booked, wouldn't it?
I hope it's just a rumour that Marshal Kim Jong-un is sick, Dennis Rodman said. Hopefully I will find out more soon. There is still so much work we have to do between both the USA and the DPRK, he added. Well, that sounds ominous. What do you mean by that? Work? He has a long-standing and bizarre relationship with the North Korean leader. Well, you can say that again. That's the Sun saying that. In 2013, he hosted a series of basketball exhibitions in the Rogue State and was the first American citizen to personally meet Kim. If you want to look this up on the internet, there's a picture of Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump sitting on chairs opposite each other, both smiling their faces off, neither having the slightest idea what the other is saying. Oh, and there's a new suggestion about what might cure the coronavirus from Donald Trump. So we're going to have ovens. They call them microwave ovens. They use waves. Waves. Nobody knew this. And we'll put people in the ovens and we'll cook them. And like a miracle, it'll be like a miracle. The virus will just disappear. It'll be fantastic. No more coronavirus. And so we're looking very strongly at this. And maybe we should shoot the virus. Shoot it with a gun. And also it might be something to try. We could shoot someone who has it, I mean shoot them a lot. We could kill the virus, like, completely. So that's something. And I get this. Nobody gets this more than me. Everybody says so. It's science. What can I say? I'm like a totally science person. Believe me.
Hello. I can't pronounce the first bit of your name, so I'm just going to call you No. Hi, No.
He doesn't want to do that show anymore.
You know? How would you pronounce that?
I'd just say Gooey just for long.
Gooey. Gooey No. Bye, Gooey No.
That he used to hold.
That just sounds wrong now. Hi, Gooey No. You got it, Gooey No.
look as though they weren't all every syllable that was falling from his mouth. You know, because if they were caught on camera not holding their head or raising their eyes to the roof, then they'd be fired the next day. He would see that personally.
Oh God.
So we don't know whether Kim Jong-un is dead or not. We've got no idea whether World War III is about to start. It's being put on hold for the moment. Isn't it exciting?
No.
We're living through a period on which historians will be writing from now until the end of time. And this is a first for me, probably a first for you too. I mean, unless you're old enough to have lived through World War II, there ain't nothing that's happened since then that even comes close to this.
Can I carry a barrel on me?
So,
A barrel?
If I put something in the barrel, so there's a barrel here, if I put some of this stuff in there, I carry it on me, but I have more space.
Well, just try putting one flower in there. I have no idea. I've never attempted to carry a barrel before. No. That would be a no. To do what you're thinking of, you need a sugar bar.
Just 11 minutes ago. But why? I've got no idea. None of this makes sense to me, like at all.
Oh, they would too.
Bargaining news. You can't speak about it at
Oh,
night.
potato.
You can't speak about it at 10
Baby.
because it makes as much sense as anything else is going on. Boris Johnson, our dear leader, is going to return to his normal working schedule from Monday morning. So he'll immediately be going on holiday. He says he's raring to go. He's raring to start his part-time position as the Prime Minister of the country. We are saved. Hallelujah. I wonder what he's going to look like. Because the last time he was spotted in public, he looked like a husk.
What the fuck?
I wonder if he's finished that book. Just curious. So there's some word in about the sales of different products, and some are up and some are down. You would expect that many things are down, but one interesting item has been flying off the shelves. We can't get enough of it. And you may be way ahead of me and have already guessed what that might be. So I'll come to that in a minute. Before the break, let me just remind you about the podcast that I did with Carol McGiffin. It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? In which the very funny Carol McGiffin and I try to solve your problems. And when I say try, I mean that in the loosest possible sense.
Oh. Could have told me you were going to sleep.
Well, I kind of Nick was
If you
there.
want us to have a bash at your problem, then you must tell us what it is. And you can email your problem to nickandcarol@global.com. That's nickandcarol@global.com. And if you download Global Player, then you can find it and all the other podcasts that are available. There's 3 that I do on the Global Player. And you don't do apps.
Pretty much fuck all in this village.
Ask for it
There's
by
fuck
name.
all in this village.
Fuck all in my village.
What's your problem with Nick and Carol? What's my problem? Well, that's a subject which could occupy this show from now until the end of time. What's your problem with Nick and Carol? Ask for it by name. 0345 6060 973 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Friday, Saturday night at 10, Nick Abbott, LBC.
This is LBC.
The average time it takes for a VAR expert to stop the arm to review a goal already given before a crowd can properly celebrate is currently 1 minute 54 seconds. An unofficial fact officially brought to you by Betfair Casino. Because when there's a chance, there's always a chance. Make the most of any chance with 30 free spins. Betfair Casino. Play today.
Free spins apply to new Betfair customers who have not played casino or arcade. Available on selected games. T's and C's at betfair.com. 18+ begambleaware.org.
Across the nation, we've been discovering loads of new ways to get moving around the home. Why not join in? Join the lounge lunging, the bunks and polishing, and the star jumping while the spaghetti's on hold. Yes, careful, don't get that much water. Join the, oh gosh, I can't remember the last time I splashed that out. The training has not been usual, with tons of beings spotted for free weights, and the cheeky conference call squats It's all they can see.
We can see you now.
Join
That's
the
a village
Apache
I
dance
don't
parties
No.
happening on the phone.
Huh?
Different village.
Just 5 more minutes
That's
of
the
playing
Dutch
towards
Vinci.
aliens in the garden.
That's a different one.
You can even join in the afternoon finding however you fancy. Whether it's a shimmy, twist, or a side bend.
I'm still waiting for the
Join the
fucking
chariots,
mansion.
leg lifts, and the just
Still waiting
shooting
for
things
what?
out for
See the mansion.
all across the
Oh.
country. It's time to stay in and work out. Join the movement. See when you can get moving. Stay in, work out.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Nick Abbott.
0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Whittam, in Essex, India.
What?
How do you know
Like
she's
there, India. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. Not too
Did
bad.
the Facebook Messenger pop up? And I just assumed that would be. Yeah, I know it could be anyone, but I'm assuming it's her because you've been speaking to her. I don't know if it is her. I can't see the picture clearly from here. No.
Even sort of things around or food we've heard about how it's going to get better in the spring. You know, that is an issue comes from Donald Trump, so it has sort of expanded, that impact here as well. But I think the key thing that needs to be looked at for the American perspective is that so often that does end up having its way into our system. Boris Johnson had a phone call with Donald Trump just the other day that we were clearly informed it wasn't related to government business.
Oh, I have got that much.
I think that the way that Donald Trump is clearly profiting from, hydrogen thing.
Wait a minute, wait, back up. He's profiting from it?
So it's public knowledge that he has investments that are very closely associated with pharmaceutical companies that are
I'm not sure about that.
involved.
I don't know about that.
I will encourage you to have it. There's very pharmaceutical companies.
Oh no, I haven't had a look. I'm not sure that there's any evidence to suggest that Donald Trump still possesses shares in chemicals companies.
I think it's about looking at the indirect way that he is associated with, how they.
Yeah, she says she'll try it.
What does that mean?
She says she'll try it.
Well, yeah, we know his own. Yeah, we know his hotels and that, but he doesn't make chemicals for a living.
But naturally, the way that we've seen the interference into his campaign and various different donations through suspect sources, it's very difficult at this stage. It's going to happen, perhaps. The investigation hasn't happened, and the investigation did happen.
She sounds like she's crying.
Other ways that money has found its way into Donald Trump's hands, whether it's his campaign.
Hello, may I come into your village? I will not touch anything, I will not take anything, I swear.
She's gonna steal everything. You won't have a fizz left, mate.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Actually, I'm going to check their village out, because
Yeah, I liked it when he introduced the guy who makes the pillows. He's done such a tremendous job with those pillows. He really sells a lot of pillows. And now he's behind the podium. He's addressing the American people. A man who makes pillows. Well, I suppose so. Yeah.
I don't know whether you've heard that there's apparently tapped up a line most recently ran a Labradoodle breeding company to essentially lead the task force.
His expertise is in breeding Labradoodles.
Might go steal that.
I most certainly will do
Might go steal
nothing
that.
of the sort. It's Saturday. She's giving me homework. Can you believe that?
I can assure you it's true. I was tapped to look at reading.
Oh well, if you saw it on the internet, then say no more. All right, excellent work, mate. Keep digging, India. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. You don't have to convince me that Donald Trump is the focus of all that is evil in the world.
Oh, sniffing table.
You don't have to make the case.
What's
I'm
that
there
useful?
already.
What's that useful? I've never heard of that.
Let's have
No idea, and I have heard of it.
a London call me. Mandy.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate. No, I didn't. No, I passed. I just can't watch them just give us the latest numbers. It's just, I just can't do it. Can't bear it. Yeah.
On another planet anyway. Actually, both things, the shoplifting's gone down.
Yeah, I don't know watch.
Shoplifting's gone down? No, it bloody hasn't.
Well done, pretty good tell. Excellent work.
I can't believe she stood there and said, no, not true. I just shoplifting's gone down.
I'm amazed that there hasn't been like ground raiding of shops.
It's my
I'm
bloody
amazed
shop then.
that
It's
the
gone way
law
hot.
has been more or less upheld, aren't you? We've all done very well.
Yeah, I thought we had riots, I thought we had looter.
Exactly.
But there's no shoplifting.
You know, I drove into work a couple of weeks ago, and coming out at 1 o'clock in the morning, I drove around to look for some 24-hour corner stores. And it was so deathly quiet. And the thing that occurred to me when I got out of the car was there's not only nobody around walking, there's no cars around. It's like nobody lives here anymore, and it just seemed lawless, as though anything could happen and no one would come.
Okay, I was at the supermarket, as I mentioned, petrol station up in Sunday ago. And the kiosk is closed, so those who pay at the pub.
Oh, you're doing your explore the whole map thing.
I was
It's a little bit
I
odd.
was.
Yeah, you walk around and think,
And I got bored.
Oh, you're coming home now. You're coming to see what I've done. Well, then, genuinely, I've been doing some major landscaping.
well-ordered
Planning and landscaping. So I just said landscaping.
awful stories.
I was thinking about saying both words.
Overall, we're pretty well behaved.
Yeah, but there's no famine for birds.
Oh, is that something else you posted on? Is that something else you posted on? There's been no stabbings.
Oh, there we
They've
go.
been around each
Oh,
other.
God.
What are they going to do? Sit at home and stab themselves?
What now?
Who gives a shit about football? It's not important.
Rapidly
Careful.
You woke her up because you said that and she was like, huh?
Well, that's not true. There's an enormous amount on TV. I'm getting through, well, maybe I shouldn't say. Well, have you seen Better Call Saul? Oh, it's absolutely worth watching. Do it straight away. Don't waste another moment talking to me. So you'll find it on the television, Mandy. I can't remember. Look it up. There's millions of channels to choose from. I can't keep that stuff in my mind. Look it on. It's probably the information is on an internet near you, Mandy. Look for it by name. Better Call Saul. S-A-U-L. And you can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
You.
Alright, thanks a lot, Mandy. Good watching. 0345 6060.
Not staying with it.
Let's have Golders Green. Joshua.
Hello, Nick.
How you doing?
Oh, so good to hear you. You know that you are favourite to
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
No problem. Anyway, I'd like to ask you if you believe that the rumours about Kim Jong-un that he's dead.
Do I believe them? I wouldn't be surprised if he was dead. I mean, he doesn't look like the healthiest of people. I mean, when has he ever done any exercise, for instance?
And also, if he does die, do you think it will have an effect on the presidential election when it happens?
Only if Donald Trump actually starts a war with North Korea. And I'd be very surprised if, I'd be more surprised if Donald Trump does not start a war with North Korea than I would be if Kim Jong-un was dead.
I'm fine,
Who will win the 2020 election?
We,
Who will win the 2020 election?
who will win the 2020 election? You want me to,
Yes.
I think that Joe Biden will win, but Donald Trump will stay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh,
Okay, that's
bollocks.
0345 606 0973. No, it'll be.
As long as it's free, as long as it's like a
it'll be
3x3 square and 3 high, then you'll be fine.
There'll be something that he will. He'll go to court.
Don't have to be fancy, not to get along.
Because they found
Oh,
some
batter.
person in California voted
Where's
twice.
that from? Oh, some mothers do have them.
Something will go on. It's not going to be a straightforward handover. So can you imagine Donald Trump writing a letter congratulating or picking up the phone and congratulating Joe Biden on an excellent race and a good win? Of course he won't. He's going to scream and scream and scream.
Where's my bed?
Matthew emails, I had a dream that Donald Trump said that we should inject
Oh, because you were in a village before.
Imagine if that was true.
Yeah, but I just used that bed for the hell of it. I still had my bed.
And did you pick it up from the loft thing you were at?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Well, obviously not, but I thought I did.
Electric scooters. Are you talking about the things that the people stand on, like they look like hoverboards? Or do you mean
You don't have to, you can get on with what you're doing,
electricity?
Well, not really, because I'm doing
Must be
outside and
specific,
stuff.
Jimmy. But the answer is either yes or no, depending.
How far away am
Marcus tweets, are you
Well, that's
broadcasting
all right.
from your toilet?
I? Ages away.
Am I broadcasting from my toilet? No, I absolutely am not. I've got the great lengths to
I could always
make this,
get 2 beds and come on an epic journey to meet you halfway, and then we, you know,
I've
then
got
journey back.
a microphone propped up on a glass desk. And he says, you have to do the whole show as Trump. It's as if he's in the room.
Fuck
Tremendous.
you, but I'll be home soon.
You're giving you a brain aneurysm.
Ish.
John says, how come the NHS can cope with this pandemic?
Fucking hell, if you make it, I'm alive.
Just asking.
Right.
There do seem to be,
I'm gone.
you know, there's headlines of the apocalypse, but they do seem to be coping relatively well. Unless they aren't. Because those Nightingale hospitals are an indicator of how well that hospitals are managing to cope. But the fact that those Nightingale hospitals are empty might be more to do with the fact that there's no nurses to staff them.
Right,
Which is something that the Conservatives could have addressed over the last 10 years if it weren't for the fact that the Labour Party have been running this country for the past 10 years under the disastrous premiership of Jeremy Corbyn. Oh no, wait a minute, that's right. They haven't. Still, we were so delighted with the Tories' performance with the NHS over the last 10 years that we gave them another 5 years to continue their work. Steve tweets, I just bought a hot tub. They were flying out of the store, apparently. Yeah, I got them. This was,
I'm actually
the
genuinely
mail's got a
really
picture of somebody buying a hot tub. No exit strategy, do it yourself, home base reopens, DIYers flock to B&Q, and groups of tears are dispersed from a park. But is this really the time to buy a lazy spa or queue for an ice cream? Hey, talking about ice cream, there's a blooming ice cream van outside my house today. That's never happened before.
Oh, fuck off.
What could possibly go wrong? Get a lot of kids in the middle of the road queuing, shoulder to shoulder for some ice cream-like product. Yes, guy, girl, hard to tell. I apologise, sir or madam, but he or she, or they, in fact, is buying a lazy spa. Extra large. The stuff you see on the internet, it's a wonder. 0345 606 0973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's at LBC. I've just seen that the Mail Online has got right at the top of the page in helpful block capitals how many days we've been in lockdown. That's not helping. Mail Online, day 33. Wow. I know I'm not supposed to say this out loud, but I'm quite enjoying it. I know that's going to rub people up the wrong way, but I think that.
There's a big old mountain in the
well,
way.
I'll talk about this one in a minute. I think we've seen a better way. Certainly better than that chaotic, it's like that sort of hamster wheel life that we had just a few months ago. Lockdown day 33 and counting. And there's Supreme Patel saying we must stay strong, which would be a more acceptable message if it didn't come from someone as wildly irritating as Pretty Patel. 0345 6060 973. This is LBC. I'm Nick Allen. Friday and Saturday night at 10. And it's 10:30 now. The news headlines with Zora Solomon.
The Prime Minister will be back at work on Monday, 2 weeks after getting out of hospital after being treated for coronavirus.
Are you up the mountain or down the mountain?
I'm just on the other side of it. What height are you at?
Well, I can go down or up.
Alright, stay where you are.
No, because I'm on the side of
no.
like a mountain. And I'll get hit in a minute.
Oh, Jesus.
I'd rather not stand still when it's night time. These monsters.
Oh, right. I'm on top of the mountain now.
No, I've just gone down.
I didn't realise I was that high up there. I just didn't realise. 290, 790? Yeah, I'm 90 blocks away from you. So,
You're on that mountain, but you're up on that mountain, I can see you. What's it on me?
no, right, I can see your name tag now.
Yeah, we're going to struggle to get down.
Dry through the night, a few showers possible across the west and central parts of England, turning rather chilly tonight at 7 degrees.
This is LBC.
This is a message from the government about the
Getting
emergency
water.
measures to support the economy during the period of disruption caused by the coronavirus. To help you, look at what
Let's
is
just
affected.
sleep here
You
real
can
quick.
apply for cash grants, business
Oh, yeah.
holidays,
Yeah.
statutory sick pay relief packages, as well as the
If I
coronavirus
die,
job
lose all my
retention
stuff.
No,
scheme.
you don't. You know you don't die when you sleep.
Go to gov.uk/business.
There we go. Oh,
Now, when times change, face-to-face meetings
can I have my
aren't always
bed
possible.
back?
You can't always
Thank
predict
you.
when it's going to be
You have to.
when. So
Oh,
how
but
do you
those are the ones that I requisitioned from my house.
We specialise in virtual meeting formats, using the power of video streaming technology to bring people together, to help you communicate in times of change. So if you need help today to communicate tomorrow, go to WTVglobal.com.
Excuse me.
Right now, we're all doing our bit to keep coronavirus at bay. But if you're reaching for antibac wipes, wet wipes, or kitchen roll, please don't forget that flushing them down your toilet could block your pipes. That's why we call them unflushables. To prevent sewage flowing back the wrong way into your homes or gardens, do the right thing. Bin it, don't block it. Take care of your home and pop unflushables in the bin where they belong. For more information, visit thameswater.co.uk/bin.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850.
0345
Oh, see that thing moving.
Jack text, are you still wearing your
Oh,
married
there's the
I haven't
abandoned
heard you
village.
mention it lately. No, well, that's the beauty of working at home. I don't
Oh,
have
there's
to
your
wear protection.
Okay.
I ain't got no PPE or PP, as the government ministers who've said that over and over again.
Yeah,
I'm
but you have.
emphasizing it. I ain't got no PP on. Not me, no way. Mitchum Lawrence.
Just step to the window.
Yes, Lawrence. Is it Lawrence?
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed at the moment.
Oh, no, not disappointed, Sean.
Yeah, because it's not a joke. It's not a joke.
What isn't? What isn't?
Alright.
Well, I kept going. Got to the house and I kept going. I just came to, make sure you got home safe. And made it daytime essentially. And
Yes.
our job here is done.
Well, not really. I wouldn't really call being a postman on the front line.
Yes, it is because you're going up to people's houses.
Yeah, you're not interacting with people.
What way are you on the front
Well,
line?
no germs, letterboxes, a high traffic hand area.
A door, you put it through a letterbox. You're not actually treating sick people. You're not hovering over people, and you're not putting breathing tubes into their lungs. I'm a key worker. I'm a journalist. I'm a key worker too. Practically everybody in the country is a key worker. It doesn't mean saying working on the front line.
Where are you working on? You're your living room?
No, I'm working in my study. But it doesn't stop me from being, you're working in the road. You don't catch it in the road. There's nobody in the road. I'm on the front line. Please, I'm on the front line. The postie comes to my door every day. Even if it's a package, just leaves it on the front door and it's garbage. How's that being on the front line?
Where does he pick the packet up from? In the delivery office? Well, there's a lot of people in. Yeah.
Well, you know what I did last week? I went to the supermarket, so that puts me on the front line.
Oh, well, how many times a week do you go to the supermarket?
As many times as I like.
Yeah, okay. You're so bright, aren't you? You're so smart.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, I am great. Thanks for pointing that out.
I am great.
5606873. I'm on the front line. Yeah, you're a hero. You are, Lawrence. Tell me all about it. Good grief. Doesn't want me to make a joke. Approximately what time in the future can we start making jokes again? You know, give me a date. Give me a month. I mean, how long do we have to wait?
How many bookcases do I need?
15.
Are you saying that if Donald Trump loses the election, he'll behave exactly like Hillary Clinton? No, Justin. Not even remotely. What are you talking about? Oh, God, you're not another one of these Donald Trump cultists, are you? You people blow my mind. How much evidence do you need that Donald Trump is not a person to follow? He's not a person to associate yourself with. You should be running in the opposite direction. I mean, I get that the poorly educated in America who have absolutely no hope in life.
Ding ding ding.
They just it's like a last throw of the dice.
Right, so do I need it in a certain way, or just around it?
Around it in a certain way, yeah.
I didn't even bring it with me.
Fucking hell. Well, when you're actually ready, fucking hell yeah.
What are you thinking? Can you see what's on the television?
Ready.
And they were bending themselves into pretzel shapes trying to defend it, as was Fox News. I just dialed up Fox News just to see what they were saying about
if you look at the
Donald
computer
Trump's
screen,
suggestion that people inject
just for a moment.
Yeah, I can't see it very well, but sure.
Really.
Just to see what the station that basically exists to put a megaphone up to Donald Trump's mouth. It's like Pravda for the White House. And I thought, what will they be saying about that? And the answer is nothing.
Right, okay.
No, they had some old story that was about 30
So
or 40
it's
years
one
old
block
about
away,
Joe Biden might have for
and
once
one block
done something
more
he shouldn't
forward,
have also. You know, like Donald Trump hasn't done that over and over and over again.
Do like that.
Admitting it out loud, saying it out loud on the radio and on the television, and in buses and everywhere you could possibly brag about how he can, wander around the Miss Teen America dressing room and could say, I heard it and they're all there. It's fantastic. I'm just wandering around, there's all these beautiful girls. He actually said it was Mike Pence was there, that guy who looks like
like that, yeah?
an albino Ken doll.
No, what?
He was standing behind him, channeling Jesus.
Put a tool in there and see what
Donald
happens.
Trump was talking about the model of
I have got lapis.
No, just put a tool in there for now, yeah. I know you've got that.
Society. And he says, something of the order of, and I know a lot about models. Not those kind of models.
Do I have lapis?
I was just talking about, 50,000 American dead. He's judging about how much sex he's had with models. And you Donald cultists, there's absolutely nothing that he can say that will turn you off. It's just, I just don't get it. I get it feeling in the middle of nowhere in America and you're living in a tin hut and you ain't got no health insurance and you ain't got no job and you're living on food stamps and what difference does it make? You might as well vote for that orange clown off the telly. Just nothing else has worked for you, so why not?
Why is it all the same stuff?
So they've thrown their all in with him.
Oh,
And
back
they
out
don't
of that.
want to, admit
Oh, yeah,
that it was
you
a
don't
really
have
stupid
enough
mistake
experience
because there's
points.
too much egg on face. Plus, it's the abandonment of hope. So I get that the poorly educated
On the right hand
America
side is how much
might
experience points it will cost you,
But in this country,
and you've only got
why?
14, so that's the most you can do for now. To an axe.
Angie texts, someone rang in to Ian this afternoon and said the doctors.
Although, if you want to get more experience points, you can find, those glass bottles? Yeah.
And it's not that there's nobody in there because the
You
NHS is
can
doing such a
trade
terrible
for
job.
them if you
It's doing a
find a
fantastic
village
job.
that had a cleric in it,
For this eventuality.
and they're clerics because they have purple
There's
robes
nobody
on
in
their
there
backs.
because hospitals can't refer patients
If you
to the Nightingale
master up
hospitals
his
because there's no
level, so you keep
nurses
trading
for
with
them
him,
to
because
be
when you
treated
trade it
by.
unlocks more stuff.
No, but sure.
Oh yeah, okay, well the more you trade with a villager, the more stuff unlocks so you can trade for more items. If you max out a cleric's, level, the last thing that you can trade with him is the experience bottle, and it's for emeralds. You can do emeralds. So as long as you know where he is and he's safe within a village. So normally when I've found one before, I've blocked him in, and just to make it seem realistic, made sure there's a bed there and a chest with food and water in. And then I've set it up in such a way where I can get in and I can get out, and it doesn't affect him, kind of thing.
We only want to hear from experts about our lives.
I take it there's not one in the village near us.
Hmm?
I take it there's not one in the village near us.
I haven't really explored the villages too much. I wasn't thinking about that at the time.
0345 606 973. Let's have
Well, there is,
East Yorkshire, Mike.
so there is a church, but it's in an abandoned village.
Yeah, that's the abandoned one. And
This isn't the abandoned village.
oh, it isn't. Oh, okay.
But there is a church in the abandoned village, what looks like a church.
We won't be there then. It's abandoned.
Duh.
Why are you telling me about it? If it's abandoned.
Oh, no, where's all that?
I don't know, I was just wondering why you're telling me about other churches in abandoned villages. Like, oh, are you sleeping? We need to create clocks.
Yeah, well, I hope
That would be handy.
I think that he probably slammed the phone down in a fury and threw the radio out the window.
The reason I rang in was, I didn't know if you noticed that the Navajo Indians and all the Native American Indians are in fact suing Donald Trump because he didn't provide them with the same economic support that he's providing to the rest of the country. And I just wondered if you thought that somehow they were perhaps illegal immigrants or something. The Indian nations are suing Trump because he's not providing them with the same support that he's been providing.
Yeah, you just said that. Yeah, are you asking me whether I think they're illegal immigrants? Is that what
he's made a bit of a mistake and he's himself around.
He thinks, right. Well, it seems to fit a pattern of attacking Native Americans that Donald Trump has had for years now. He just keeps going on and on and on about it. I mean, Elizabeth Warren, he calls her Pocahontas, making her reference to her claims that she was of Native American heritage, which she is, but just very, very slightly. He just keeps on going about Pocahontas and making racist jokes about Native Americans. I think the thing with Native Americans, Donald Trump just can't stand it, that they are able to run a casino.
In a smoky dark train. Ooh! What's that?
Do that. The excellent
Yeah,
Mr. Donald Trump couldn't even run a casino without it going bust.
No.
But that's a bit off the wall. A thing to be thinking in these times.
How do I make signs?
3,000 miles
How you
away
make
signs? But
Sticks.
thanks very much. 0345.
Oh, I need 6 of them. Right, okay.
Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk.
Hey, yo.
But on that subject, This was a story from well, about a week or so ago. The Trump administration has sparked outrage after it revoked the reservation status of a Native American tribe that has lived on the land for 12,000 years. He seems obsessed with attacking American Indians. What is wrong with that man? Well, that's a subject that could last us through the entire show. 12,000 years they've been there, and he wants to chuck them off, probably because they're standing on oil or coal or... I've got no idea. It'll be something evil. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I mean, he's done everything up to, but not quite including handing out blankets. 0345 6060 973. Here's Seven Oaks. Ted.
Hello, my name is 78710. Can I just say, I think you're extremely rude and extremely patronising to announce the postman. I agree with you, the postman not too right. Providing the vital service, I'm going to say anything for you. They're providing the vital service, and when you go into a delivery office, the mail has to be sorted in a huge...
well, you know, the people that are working on this show have had to go into an office and they're working side by side with people in the studio. Everybody that is currently at work is doing the exact same thing. You can't call yourself somebody's working on the front line. Get over it. Just because the government has listed you as being a person who is doing an essential service doesn't mean to say...
Was that postman still from before?
No, he was saying that he was being rude to the postman.
Oh, okay.
If you look at the amount of people that the government has listed as essential, it includes me. And what does that tell you? It means that the definition of essential is broad, to say the least. But thanks, Ted. Another satisfied customer.
Thank you.
0345 6060 973. Hey, look at me, I just snatched a fly out the air. Like, Vince, what's his name? From, oh, God, it's all gone now. The cowboy film. The Good, the Bad,
the Ugly.
Like, what's his name? Fawn, somebody. Well, the guy from the man from Uncle snatched flies off the table. He did, and when there were three there, and he only snatched one.
Yeah, look.
That was an indication that his time was shortly to be up.
So if I do this up, will people come back?
Somebody tell me.
I
We need
don't
to go to the break
think
immediately.
so.
Radio 0345 6060 973, Friday and Saturday night at 10. Nick Abbott, LBC.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
If you were to kidnap a villager and put him in there, there's a chance because of the brewing stand. The brewing stand is a workstation.
Can't I just take this, get someone who's in a house, put that down, and then block off the door?
It might turn them into one. Possibly. Yeah, give that a go. Very possible. But like, how the villagers are sort of determined is by a bed being there and a and a workstation.
Let's support them in return. Issue with QuickBooks. Visit QuickBooks.
What is that in VR?
This is a message from the government about
In
the emergency measures
VR?
to support the economy during a period of disruption caused by the coronavirus. To help you,
What's that?
your business,
Are you talking about background? You mean what is that in background?
business rate holidays, statutory sick pay relief packages, as well as the coronavirus job retention and self-employment income support schemes. For information, go to
I've got what I know. I remember.
/business-support.
I remember.
With Vodafone's 6-month half price and limited SIM-only offers, you can get unlimited data from just £11 a month.
Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to have this here like I did the other day.
That's unlimited
Oh,
mobile
I don't need
data
to
from
go
just £11
now.
a month. Order online today, keeping the UK connected. Ready? Vodafone.
2 megabits megabits per second and 10 megabits per second speed can apply to unlimited plans. Contracts apply. Offer is 28th of May 2020.
There we go.
24 months.
Now I'll see a pop-up straight away.
This is LBC. Nick Abbott. Matt says,
Let's get fucking.
he just needs Joe Exotic as his vice president. Who's Joe Exotic? I've got no idea who that is. But he sounds, or she sounds fantastic. Whoever they are. Ginny says, you know what's going to happen. The entire population of we're going to emigrate to America, get citizenship, vote for Donald Trump, and then deny doing it. And Julie says, Nick, don't argue with the postman. He knows your address. I do realise that now I'll never get another letter for the rest of my life, but as they're all bills, I'm not that bothered. Let's have a call in Guildford. Hello, Dan. Good, thanks.
Yes, sideways. That's fine.
Right, he won't let get out of that, will he?
No. I was going to say, here's another thing to do. Destroy the bed. That's there.
Why?
Trust me. Right, what else is there? Destroy that as well.
Yes.
Right, now, place, yeah. Oh, okay. I was just going to say, close
Making
the
me
door.
very claustrophobic.
Oh, it's a great idea. But like,
Right.
what kind of thing are you talking about?
Right, now put down the bed, then the workstation.
I thought that those were businesses that didn't have to close. You're talking about places like Halfords.
So you have to wait till it actually changes. That's even if it works.
Perhaps it only works with someone that hasn't got a job already.
Essential grab.
Huh?
It might only work with someone who hasn't got a job already.
Oh no, I have seen villages change. Yeah. Unless he had a bed already, so if you destroyed his bed where his bed normally is.
Well, he was already in there. Because when I get that bill, they go back to their own houses.
Oh, okay, so that
So he come back to this one.
that was his place, okay.
I have a little problem with this idea of you can only buy essential things because if you produce gravel, for instance, then to the health of your company,
you have to destroy the job site block that they're currently using as their profession.
tax, then that product is essential.
So he is a level worker, so what would he need?
Oh, how long can you craft the menu actually? If you put the crafting table down, because you won't be able to see everything unless you use the crafting table. And then go to left one.
It's a better way of getting stuff than just to order it on an internet giant shopping site, because the man that runs that doesn't need any of our money. He's already got all of it. Doesn't need any more of it.
It's a fetching table.
All right. Well, I hope that you enjoy your gravel work, Dan. Right. Okay, excellent work. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973, text 84850, email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @lbc.
You need to sleep.
No, it's not done.
No, I read that. Yoga and Nightingale Hospital. Yoga is, I don't really get yoga. I tried it once. It was the most painful thing I've ever done in my life. And I've had eye surgery. I had laser eye treatment before it was painless. Shall I go into precisely what they used to do to correct your vision with laser eye surgery? No? Okay then. I'm wincing just thinking about it.
Oh, hello.
This says, have you heard, Ivanka Trump is launching a singing career and her first song is going to be a cover of Madonna's hit. It's called Papa Don't Bleach. Oh my God. Listener with material. Iris texts, nice one dealing with Lawrence, the frontline posting. I only had bills to my door which are not touched at all. And not because they could be contaminated. Yeah, there's another excellent reason not to open your post. It is just bills, plus it's
a cauldron.
Disease. So there's that.
Okay.
Yeah, then what about postal workers who work outside and get to wear shorts? No matter what the weather
Yeah,
is
a
like,
cleric in the brewing stand, so I got that right.
those that are stuck
Basically,
Find a cauldron.
at
yeah.
the checkout tills in supermarkets with this parade of
And
infected
there'll be a cold. There should be a cauldron somewhere in this
I feel sorry for. Not the
place.
postman or woman, sexist, who gets to walk around in the sun all day long.
Have a good look.
This says, if I call, will I get through?
I don't remember seeing any.
Well, roll the dice. Why not? You never know.
Oh, what's
Your
that?
luck might be
Oh, what the village underneath you?
Worcester Park, Paul.
You're the cleric.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, I'm just happy to know.
You got any blocks you can
I'll let you out when.
I'd worry about the other dude. Don't smash that.
Why?
That might have turned the other guy into a cleric. You don't know. Yeah, it did, because he's not a cleric anymore.
No, not really. No.
Yeah, he's just a level one now.
Yeah, well, they've said that it's a good long way off the pub's going to be open.
I was going to say, you're not going to need to put the brewing stand back, because that's his bed.
Why didn't you go to his fucking bed then?
Yeah. Which means actually that they're just sugarcoating it for us because they don't mean for the rest of the year. I mean, unless we get something that is going to either cure us or prevent us from getting this thing, then it's not going to be a year, it's going to be 2 years or 3 years or 5 years or forever. I mean, they haven't come up with something that knocks out the flu with 100% accuracy. With some years, it's really, really bad at doing that. So it's down for about 30% or less efficacy rate. They've got nothing for the cold. After all these years, after the billions that could be poured all over somebody who came up with a cure for the cold, we've got nothing at all. So why are we...
Okay.
The HIV, how long's that been around? Since the 80s. That's 40 years ago, and they've got nothing for that either.
Can you interact with him?
No.
I mean,
Yeah,
because
he's the
this
playing,
is
he's the
awful.
playing on
Is
to
that word coming again? Unprecedented. That it's going to magically be taken away from us. Everything's going back to how it used to be. But I wouldn't take on hope being a cure for this, because it seems unlikely that anybody will come up with it. Medical sciences march forward, but not quickly enough.
Yeah. Have we people not work?
Well, that's the thing. We can't. So essentially, they're going to have to open up society. But I wonder if society will actually go outside, because I can't imagine that I'm going to start doing the things that I used to do. Go to bars.
The best thing I can think of is if you have enough, if you had enough blocks where you could just block him in somewhere and then place the bed and whatnot next to him, then that, because he's just a plain villager now.
But I'd be surprised if people didn't any great number.
If we were able to do it quick enough, because it can sometimes be quite annoying because they like to be on the move.
Yeah, well, I need shitloads of stuff to actually do it.
Or you could just start trying to dig like down, so we fall down. There you go, you're trapped in, that's it, done. You just got to make the space big enough. I was going to suggest doing it from standing up, because when you get out, you have to. Oh no, you could just jump up on the same spot.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 11 o'clock, the Prime Minister will be back at work on Monday, 2 weeks after
Put the
getting
bed
out
in
of
the
hospital
room, stand
after being treated for
See what
coronavirus.
happens.
Boris Johnson has been holding meetings via Zoom this week and he met colleagues yesterday to discuss the coronavirus crisis. Political correspondent John Craig has told LBC the Prime Minister can't wait.
What we've learned is he's raring to go. He'll be back on Monday. He's
I don't
having a
want
checkers
zombies
meeting
coming
with
and kill him.
advisors on Friday. He's meeting the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, on Monday to talk about, obviously, the coronavirus crisis and getting back to his normal schedule, we're told.
The Metropolitan Police Federation says it believes mixed messages from the government about the lockdown is making it harder to police the coronavirus crisis. The organisation has questioned whether DIY stores are essential to open and why traffic on the road is now increasing. Well, the government has denied
gonna put his
sending
bed in
mixed
there?
messages.
Yeah, that's why I was left
Oh,
to
okay.
forget.
NHS England Professor Stephen
I want
Powell
to make
says
sure,
people
because
must
it's
not
getting
break
darker. I don't
lockdowns,
want any fucking zombies to kill him.
For sunny times around the country, the days are getting longer, and I'm sure it's tempting for people to feel that they should go out. But of course, I can't emphasise enough that we are far from there yet. It's really critical that people maintain their compliance with those social distancing instructions. It won't take much for this virus to start increasing its transmission again and to spread more widely.
The latest official figures show more than 20,000 people have now died in UK hospitals from coronavirus. 813 deaths have been recorded in the last 24 hours. Globally, more than 200,000 people have died from coronavirus. The government says sophisticated criminals, including drug dealers and fraudsters, are taking advantage of the crisis. And today's briefing at Downing Street, the Director General of the National Crime Agency, Lynn Owens, says criminals are preying on people's fears.
We will take swift action against anyone unlawfully selling fake kits or PPE. Online in the last month, the National Cyber Security Centre, together with ourselves and the City of London Police, have taken down more than 2,000 scams relating to coronavirus.
In sport, a possible return to Premier League action in June is now being discussed. The government have confirmed ministers are continuing to work on how sporting events can resume, but only when it's safe to do so. Former Liverpool defender Jamie Carragher is keen to see it happen, but only when the time is right.
It's heartbreaking when you see what's going on. I'm well aware of that, but I don't think we should also shy away from how much football means to people and what it does to people in the general.
I can't believe they're like genuinely talk about like restarting football again.
Fucking stupid.
I know.
Absolutely.
Is staying dry through the night. A few showers possible across the west and central parts of England, turning rather chilly tonight, a low of 7 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Zora Scrimmel.
I've decided I'm making co-op 2.0. This one's going to have a kiosk in an entrance area, separate checkout area.
So we are going to
Going to have a stockroom, right delivery acceptance area.
People in this good country have decided to give up alcohol for the lockdown. It's the healthy thing to do. I'm kidding. We've never drunken so much in our lives. Wine, beer, spirits flying off the shelves. They can't restock them fast enough. Alcohol sales are up by 31%. In other words,
That's just
also sold out. Strong drink and do-it-yourself hairdressing. What could possibly go wrong? And in the death knell to High Street, online sales have reached their highest level ever. 22% of the retail market is now online. A fifth. It's almost a quarter. Good grief. Jeff Bezos has made so much money at Amazon, he's going to have to find a more expensive hobby. More expensive than space rockets. He could make a planet from scratch, for instance. You buy up a parcel of space, get an architect in, he's going to build up and out. It'll be beautiful. Grocery sales up. They reached £10.8 billion, partially driven by panic buying, smashing the figures for Christmas, which of course would be the busiest time under normal circumstances. But grocery sales didn't level off. We are eating much more than we used to. And eventually people won't be able to get in their own kitchens, so the panic buying proceeds. I went to two supermarkets last week with great trepidation, thinking I'll just roll by and see what it's like, and probably just turn around and come back home. And there was nobody in there. I was amazed. I couldn't believe how peaceful and empty they were.
I was walking away from my house.
No, I didn't know what you were doing. I just looked and went, oh, it's night time. And then I put the bed down straight away because I had a bed on me.
I might catch something that could kill me while I was in there. Apart from that, it was great. So that insane rush, that seems to have stopped now. At least in the two places I went.
I did it again.
And but alcohol, we just can't get enough of it. An extra £200 million we spent on drink last month. £1.1 billion in 1 month. Which, in fact, is £21 each for 1 month. There's 51 million adults into 1.1 billion. £21 each. £21 a month on booze, on average, per person. Which means there must be a lot of people drinking nothing, because I know some people who are way above that figure. We're going to get drunk, and we're going to order stuff we don't need on Amazon, and eventually the only people with money left will be Jeff Bezos and Jack Daniels. Meanwhile, 47,000 pubs could remain shut until at least September, but it's hard to imagine how they could ever open again. I mean, if we're going to insist on this social distancing, how could a pub like that guy I was talking before the news? Like he said, how could a pub ever open again? But if they do, they'll just read those Cornish pasties that have been sitting under the plastic domes on the bar and call it the special of the day. So booze is up, but clothing sales are down 35%. I mean, what's the point in buying something nice when you've got nowhere to go? I think maybe people will recognise that fashion is about the daftest business in the world. You buy something, and then built into it is that 6 months later, people in the know will look at you and touch. It's an insane business. People will hopefully recognise now.
I'll tell you what, because you can only collect a source block now.
Daftest business on earth.
So that
Gets me very top.
yeah, that's like, when you find a pool of lava, you can collect pretty much all from the top because they are all source blocks. But like when you get one, it sort of goes in, you can't get there again if it's only 1 deep. So yeah.
That's true, but that doesn't stop it from being a fact. Maybe people will come to the realisation that this pause has given us the opportunity to look at ourselves and realise that we're doing a lot wrong. There was a story about a new iPhone in the papers the other day. Leaked plans reveal it's got this amount of cameras and that amount of bezel. And the story just looked like it came from another time and space. Who cares about any of that stuff?
No, she's got a little baby
That obsession with the latest, and the newest, and the smallest, and the biggest is what's ruining our finances, ruining the planet, and ruining our future. And there's been a noticeable increase in cars on the road. There was that story in the news. Just outside my house, it's been deathly quiet for a couple of weeks. Since the last couple of days, it's picked up again.
I can't try to strange.
We need to get back to work and all. But I couldn't help feeling a little bit depressed about that. That we'll quickly forget all this and go right back to leading the destructive, superficial lives that we used to a few months ago.
Good girl, Coco.
Talk and drive instead of walk. And spend money we haven't got on stuff we don't need. And that this lesson that we're having now, how things could be for the better, is going to get forgotten the moment a foldable phone comes in under £100 a month for the 3-year contract, and we're queuing round the block a week before we lose. It's like the planet is giving us this, hopefully, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to look at ourselves. I just hope that some of this new way of living, this unique glimpse of a better way of life sticks. When we recognise that the air is cleaner, and the burst of glorious nature that happened the moment we started rushing around isn't a coincidence. It's us what's doing it. Many people are saying that the lockdown might have changed consumer behaviour. But I bet they don't mean for the better. They probably mean that we will just stop in and spend every penny we have on Amazon. And when we finally do venture out, we'll find the high street isn't there anymore. And wonder what happened. 0345 6060 973. Let's have New Malden, Ahmed.
Oh, hello, Nick. Brilliant show as always. I had to call you because, Donald Trump keeps making these stupid remarks about just about everything. He's made America nothing to start around the world. I mean, now, the $4,000 question is, American voters, will they be stupid enough to vote him in for the second term, despite all these excesses? I mean,
Not close enough.
In every respect. You really are all very quiet about it. Obviously, they don't want to touch it.
Well, Boris
You'd probably be alright. I was about to say going down one.
has put his eggs in Donald Trump's basket. That's actually a horrible thought. Let me rephrase that. He's gone all in on the Donny as Boris. Probably, not probably. It might be because the same people that gave us Donald Trump also gave us Brexit and Boris Johnson. So it might be, the people that turned Donald Trump upside down and have property of ... and probably the same stamp that you find underneath the Brexiteers, or Brexiters, rather. Brexiteers makes them sound heroic and swashbuckling.
But Americans, voters, do they have a conscience or not? I don't think they do.
Well, they like to wrap themselves in the flag and grip the Bible and claim that Jesus and God is on their
I love the way you said that.
side,
God.
while doing things that Jesus and God would be absolutely against in every way, shape and form. If Jesus didn't come back, I think the phony religionists would be the absolute top is to smite this. And I think that they will. The Republicans will vote for Donald Trump
Bang,
because
bang.
they think they're most
You can make me
keen on his
do
power
what I
and
want.
money. And he's
Do,
promised
do,
to
do, do, do,
he's
do,
promised to people who they're backers of the Republican Party. He's given them no extra cash.
Oh, yes.
And the
Oh, little da-da-da.
which is mystifying to me, because what little I know about the Bible suggests that the opposite is true. But they seem to have claimed him as their own.
Yeah.
But they will. His popularity has not slipped much in his
Well, how many bits did you have?
Which seems incredible. But if you look at Fox News, which is the station that they watch,
I'm sorry, I got to say, dude, you're going to need 4.
Fox News station, they just put a magnifying
Lava doesn't behave in the same way water does. Because you know how in water, I've actually realised you could do. You don't need 4 bits. You only need 3 to start it off to get unlimited water. You just put 2 at the end. What?
They are fake news, which is the first, first on the to-do list of the wannabe dictator. News of the press, and that's what he.
Oh, okay.
So why is it Brexiteers?
What's up?
It's Brexiteers.
But what about a buccaneer? Isn't that a nasty pirate or something?
No, that sounds swashbuckling too. I mean, if anybody buckled
What?
their swash, it was a
I always think because when I have panic attack I go really hot. So in my head it's my actual body is going really hot, but it's actually not. It's just I feel hot.
Well, no, because here's the thing: there's external temperature and
Yeah, you
internal
know what I
temperature.
mean.
No, you know.
Which I actually quite fancy, and I was wondering. I know it sounds like something at a Halloween party, but I think it sounds very lovely. Do you know what people eat it?
No, thank you.
Not hygienic and famous for bugs, and I've never heard of it.
I will pass this time.
poached pipistrelle, not for me. What else have you got?
I'm gonna get that after
I don't know if you like it, though.
Yes. My throat always go really dry.
Well, can I recommend against that? But whatever
Oh, it's got ginger ale in it.
Absolutely no idea, but it doesn't seem like a good idea. But that's
Now I said it, you're like, yeah, that's because I thought, you know what, I want to use that because I do like ginger ale, but I just don't like that ginger ale because it tastes more like ginger beer to me. It's too hard to be ginger ale. It's really weird. Like I say, the best ginger ale I've ever had is a brand called Canada Dry. That stuff is and it's got a much nicer, almost smoother flavour. You know what I would tend to do? What?
Well, I think that the reports of Donald Trump and Boris Johnson saying things that each other disagree with have been overhyped. Because in the background, didn't we just sign a multi-$100 million contract with America for them to provide us with nuclear weapons? So while they might say that, oh, we disagree with them on Huawei, and we part company on this or that topic, not really. I mean, not really.
Do you think it's just a stop then, okay, to put us off the scent?
Exactly. Precisely right. Yeah. Well, you know, I've been thinking this for a while, but I haven't actually said it out loud. This is an excellent time to bury bad news. Everybody should have their eyes peeled and their ears open. Pay attention, everybody, because there's a lot that's probably going along and being passed off without our knowledge. And we will eventually find out about it, but it'll be too late.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm putting this into the VRV screen. Oh, I forgot I could have just copied it over and that would have been simple, but then it would have been the same size.
If I die, I die inside.
It's the best of this show back when it was somewhat different, when there were different topics, not just this virus thing. And sound effects about
Chimpin!
Hiya!
Hold on.
moaning about other things.
Hello! Yeah, we're doing good, but we've been playing Minecraft for a little bit. Got LBC on, good old Nick Abbott, Saturday night. We're actually just taking a quick break, but when I say quick break, I mean like 5 minutes. Yeah, if that. So yeah, we're just taking the dogs out, and we'll be back in like 5 minutes. I was so hoping. No, I'm Hereford Street today.
Plenty of time for that in days to come.
Yeah, Kirsty's got 12 days off. Is this day 1?
Today is day 2.
Day 2. Oh yeah, because it's Saturday today. Yeah, your first day off is Friday. Yeah, okay. So I personally don't have a lot of housework to do tomorrow. I think it's just a bit of washing up in the morning. What have you got to do tomorrow?
clean the fish tank,
Fish tank.
possibly gardens. If it's
Oh God, the fish tank. I don't want to do the. I don't want to do the fish tank bit in these doing. Yeah, more likely tomorrow it'll be a longer stream because I didn't get started streaming until later on in the day today. I know it is a fun life. But yeah, I've actually managed to get right the big screen that you can see. That is Kirsty's perspective. The little screen over there, that's my perspective. Because that is this screen. I managed to use the Streamlabs app to get the tablet screen into there because we're playing on without cables, without using cables. So there's a little bit of a lag. It's like a 2-second lag, but I'm just super stoked that I managed to get it working in the first place. So meh. But yeah, so now when we're playing Minecraft and Kirsty's using the PS4, I'm using the tablet, it makes it a bit better, I think would be cool to say. But yeah, we're just going outside, we'll be back in about 5 minutes, if that, so back in a minute. Thank you. I thought so too.
What day was that?
Oh, Jesus. I always forget I forget to turn the mic off there, but I don't care. La 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 la. Oh, Chin Pimp, I'm wondering where he was. Okay, buddy.
Now accusing me of saying something on the air on a day that I wasn't even here.
Okay. You're the presenter, I'm the listener, so I may have something to do.
Good girls.
We're all essential workers, but if we're all essential workers, which they listen to me. Absolutely I am. Are you kidding me? If I wasn't here, then you'd be talking.
Did you want your hoodie?
Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, I haven't got please turn this shouting work off. A minute and a half after they passed the break there. I am an essential worker. If I wasn't here, you'd be yelling into space. If everyone's an essential worker, then that phrase has no meaning. It doesn't matter whether you're a socialist or not, that's just true. It's a fact. 0345 6060 973, but I do appreciate you waiting for an hour. So you can text 84850, email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Friday and Saturday night, only Friday and Saturday night, then, at 10, LBC. It's just past 11:30, and it's how much is also.
Boris Johnson is preparing to head back to work on Monday, 2 weeks after being released from hospital after being treated for coronavirus. The Prime Minister has reportedly told Cabinet colleagues that he's raring to go. The Metropolitan Police Federation says it believes mixed messages from the government about the lockdown is making it harder to police the coronavirus crisis. The organisation has questioned whether DIY stores are essential to open and why traffic on the road is now increasing. The government has denied it is sending mixed messages. And Spain's Prime Minister says people will be allowed to exercise outside from next Saturday if the number of new coronavirus cases continues to fall. They've been living under one of of Europe's strictest lockdowns for the last 6 weeks. They've only been allowed out for food, medicine and essential work, but not to exercise. LBC weather on most areas staying dry through the night. A few showers possible across the west and central parts of England. Turning chilly tonight, a low of 7 degrees.
This is LBC. When times change, face-to-face meetings aren't always possible. You can't always predict who's going to be where, when. So how do you communicate? At WTV Global, we specialise in virtual meetings and events, using the power of video streaming technology to bring people together, to help you communicate in times of change. So if you need help today to communicate tomorrow, go to WTVglobal.com. Now, it's time for some truth. Time to settle once and for all that nagging doubt about whether you've been missold. If you've lost money on a stocks and shares ISA or investment bond sold by a bank, as a claims management company, Goodwin Barrett could get to the truth and deliver you compensation. You could do all this yourself and refer to the financial ombudsman for free, but there are so many other things you may want to do with your time. So text SOLD to 78900. That's SOLD to 78900. Time for some truth. This is a message from the government about the emergency measures to support the economy during a period of disruption caused by the coronavirus. To help you, your business and your workers affected, you can apply for cash grants, business rate holidays, statutory sick pay relief packages, as well as the coronavirus job retention and self-employment income support schemes. For information, go to gov.uk/business-support now.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850.
Day texts, I visited a well-known DIY store online and I had to wait 6 minutes to enter online. Once it was my turn to enter, I had 10 minutes to take up the invitation for opportunity. But once I was in the online store, I could stay there for as long as I wanted. So I waited and started watching TV and then forgot to enter and I missed my place. John emails, it's the government trying to make us all feel safe. Well, they are not doing a very good job. Their efforts to protect us from this virus are like watching a British 60s comedy. Well, one of those unfunny ones, yeah? Well, it's not like they weren't warned. They're saying that they keep using that word over and over again, unprecedented. This is unprecedented, like nobody saw this coming. Who even had any idea this was coming? Well, they did. Ministers were warned last year of the grave consequences of a future pandemic. This is a leaked Cabinet Office briefing. Good work, whoever leaked this. They were warned last year of the grave consequences a future pandemic would unleash on the UK. This was a briefing that the Cabinet Office had, and it has now been leaked. But you know what? If they didn't read that briefing, maybe it was too long. So they thought, I'll wait for the film to come out. But you know, it has, over and over again. There's the Seventh Seal, the Ingmar Bergman classic that no one has seen, but everyone's seen pastiches of, in Woody Allen and Monty Python and Bill and Ted, amongst others. And then there was I Am Legend, the Will Smith film, about a plague wiping out humanity. Or they could have watched The Andromeda Strain. You've probably seen that one. Or how about Dawn of the Dead? Or a film literally called Outbreak. Or the one literally called Contagion. The clues are in the titles. And then there was 12 Monkeys that had Brad Pitt and Bruce Willis in it and was directed by Terry Gilliam. Not a small art house flick that would be difficult to find. It's on TV all the time. Or how about Resident Evil? Or the film of Stephen King's The Stand, or 28 Days Later, or 28 Weeks Later, or Carriers, about the actual carriers of the virus, or Rise of the Planet of the Apes, or World War Z, or the TV series Containment, or the Japanese film Pandemic, or the South Korean film Flu. Is that enough to be going along with? You could binge watch Virus Apocalypse Report until the lockdown ends and still not get through them all. God, people have been yelling at about the dangers of the virus for 100 years. You remember War of the Worlds? H.G. Wells? 1898, that came out. The radio play that had Americans running into their yards to shoot clouds was put out in 1938. There's been 2 films and 3 TV series, as far as I'm aware. And what killed the aliens? Spoiler alert, a virus. So, not a film, but a briefing that told the government that this would happen. But no one was listening, because they were obsessed with getting Brexit done for the billionaires who made it possible. And this briefing predicted tens of thousands of deaths, crippling economic costs, and creaking public services. It was the 2019 National Security Risk Assessment which mapped out how an outbreak would likely unfold. And it had recommendations. Stockpile personal protective equipment, for instance. Draw up plans to repatriate stranded Brits abroad. Shore up the infrastructure needed to conduct mass contact tracing. Plan, plan, plan. And there's 2 scenarios. Either the government said, nah, that's okay, we've got this. They tossed it in the bin and crossed their fingers and hoped it wouldn't happen on their watch. Or the briefing was sent to a dormant email account and they never saw it. Just like the excuse about not joining in with the EU to source medical equipment that we need but don't have. Or it's as possible, I suppose, that the dog ate their homework, or a gust of wind blew it away, or maybe they left it on a train. A 600-page report it was. And he said a relatively mild outbreak of a moderate virulence could lead to 65,000 deaths and cost the UK 2.35 trillion. Well, we're a third of the way there on the deaths, and who knows how much money we'll lose. But at least the government is going to get Brexit done, because that's the important thing. And those of us that are left alive, we also wave our little Union Jack flags coming into the year in celebration of a job well done. Here's what the report said. Half the population would exhibit symptoms of the virus, while even more would be infected, yet be asymptomatic. The pandemic would unfold over 3 waves, with each wave lasting roughly 15 weeks. Once the pandemic eventually passed, the hits to public services would take years to repair. And a huge public backlash would skewer a government who were deemed to have bungled the crisis response. Do you hear that, Boris? You're going to come back tomorrow and you're going to get skewered. The Cabinet Office declined to comment on the report, and a spokesman said, "We do not comment on leaks." Well, why not? If it wasn't true, they'd comment on that. They said this is all a pack of lies. No such briefing has ever existed. I don't recognise that briefing, they'd say. So unless I'm missing something, that rather implies that they've been caught with their trousers down. It wouldn't be the first time, would it, Boris? The document marked official, sensitive, or gauged the potential risks posed by a pandemic and made recommendations to bolster Britain's ability to fight it. And one of the recommendations made by the Chief Scientific Officer, Sir Patrick Vallance, who signed off the briefing and is now leading the fight against the virus, was to ensure a system of disease surveillance and early detection was in place. In other words, we needed to have the ability to test. But we didn't. And the government downplayed the need for mass testing, despite it proving a successful strategy in other countries to suppress the number of cases. And the Chief Medical Officer, Professor Chris Whitty, explained the decision to abandon contact tracing was that it wasn't likely to add a huge amount at that particular point, given the resources we had. That last part is most important. Given the resources we had, funny they didn't warn before. Resources warned before. That's what they were. The National Security Risk Assessment, this linked document, also warned a pandemic would heap strain on vital public services, which would be overwhelmed by the surge in cases. He said critical infrastructure may also be affected during peak periods. There would be a huge surge in demand for health and social care services. Transport services, energy supplies, and the food industry collapse of the finance sector will not be disrupted. And the security assessment urged ministers to bulk up supplies of ASs. If you guessed right, you win your own personal face mask. The security assessment urged ministers to bulk up supplies of personal protective equipment, which frontline health and social care workers have been crying out for since the epidemic
There's
took
the
off.
one there.
There's a little one,
So
yeah.
this document was right about everything that's happened so far. And so what's it say about the future?
We'll follow some.
Well, it's a reasonable worst-case scenario for the spread of flu-like viral pandemic play out in 3 waves, each expected to last 15 weeks, and with the peak occurring in weeks 6 and 7 of each wave. And depending on where you start the count, we're probably halfway through the first wave. 2.5 more to go. Half the population will be infected and experience symptoms of the disease during one or more of the waves. And the economic hit, forecast costs are up to £2.35 trillion, which is a number so large I wouldn't know how to write it down in numbers. How many zeros? All of them, I think. £2.35 trillion is 1.5 times as much as the debt mountain that the government has now. Apart from the blips caused by the 2 world wars, we're already under more debt than we have been since the 1860s, when that man who foretold all this was born, H.G. Wells, who wrote the book War of the Worlds, an allegory about the conquest of a land by technologically superior invaders with no respect for nature or culture or anything else. Ring any bells? I suppose government ministers don't do allegory. Or terminology for that matter. 0345 6060 973. Friday and Saturday night at 10. The Cabin, LBC.
This is LBC, a radio daily podcast with insight into everything you need to know about the coronavirus outbreak as it rapidly develops. Face masks, professor to wear or not to wear. That is the
No, you're not.
you have the answer.
Absolutely 100% with the people who say do not wear medical grade face masks. There is a shortage of those masks.
Coronavirus UK, an LBC daily podcast with Nick Ferrari. Listen now on Global Player or wherever you get your podcasts.
Across the nation, we've been discovering loads of new ways to get moving around the home. Join the lounge lunging, one-two punching, and the star jumping while the spaghetti's on hold. Don't let that go tomorrow. Join the, oh gosh, I can't remember the last time I stretched that out. The training has not so usual tins of beans swapped in for free weights, and the cheeky conference call squats. It's what I can see.
We can see you, Mel.
Join the impromptu dance parties happening over the phone. And just 5 more minutes of playing astronauts and aliens in the garden. You can even join in the afternoon unwinding, however you fancy, whether it's a shimmy, twist, or a side bend. Join the chairlifts, leg lifts, and just shaking things out from bed, happening all across the country. It's time to stay in and work out. Join the movement. To see how you can get moving, research stay in, work out.
It's a scorcher out there, and at Lidl, we're big on getting out in the garden and getting our grill on. We've got deluxe Scotch beef quarter pounders at $2.69 for 4, and a pack of 2
Oh, that's cool.
raw-faced vegan burgers at $4.99. Pick up the website to
It's just my face now because I've done chroma key effect. Basically, I've done the green screen effect, but instead of saying the green, I've done it red. That's cool. If I actually had some sort of green, like, if these were green, I could put like a green cloth over here, and then do that, and you literally just see like the pillow and me. Oh, excuse me. Mia, come on, there's space there.
Special clap, yeah. We could pinch in the bottom of a pair of shorts.
I like it. Oh, I like when she likes like that. Oh,
such. How about a 3 piece bikini? All suited with, obviously, a face mask. Brilliant.
How about a what then?
A 3 piece bikini. Some kind
A
of
3-piece bikini.
yes, that's right. When it comes to two, the top and normal comes the same cost as the face mask.
Yeah, yeah.
The other thing I'm thinking
Okay, but another thing, and in closing, yes.
and it's like, you know, you've got Nico in your studio. Apparently, the other way
Give me a chance to take this off as well, actually.
two bays.
Right, well, that is a good idea. Yeah, I could.
It is rather warm in here, I'll admit.
Plastic shopping bags over my head. Tie it tightly in the neck. That probably work. Okay, good idea. Keep thinking, Luke. Excellent work. 0345 6060 973.
Oh, do make
Wendy.
it
Oh, hello. Okay, but it's nothing sort of governmentish or anything. It's just that yesterday I bought some calming tea for myself. You know, anxiety and what's going on and everything. And then
What's calming tea?
oh, well, I take it to bed, you know, and I drink it. I've just hot water in a tea bag of the calming tea.
But what's in calming tea?
Oh, okay. Well, this, yeah. So I dropped the envelope of each tea bag. It's nicely packed in another envelope. And
that's not saving the planet. That's terrible.
And so I've had 2 cats, and they were rolling.
No, it wasn't. I remember. I spent 3 days trying to find the old design cherry drop, and have come to the conclusion it must have been a figment of our imagination. No. I'll have another search for it, like, you know, tomorrow maybe, but I've given up on it for a few days. Otherwise, I'll just drive myself crazy.
So what is it in the calming tea that's calming me down, but winding the cats up? They're on the carpet, you know, kind of jollying around, and so I can't enjoy my calming tea because I think the cats in. What?
Right. Well, no, it's a bit long since I had a cat, but I do remember that they always had like a half hour in the day where they just went berserk.
Yeah, this is just when I do, I understand, yes. But and it was like, so live. They were really going for it.
So what's in this tea? Can I read the ingredients to me?
I put my spectacles on, and then I had my big spying glass, what do you call it?
Magnifying glass.
Magnifier.
Don't waste your time. If someone looked at my search history, they would think I had totally lost it. Well, we are in lockdown. You need something to do, so you know. Why not?
The daughter cat, never done this before, came to the bottom of my bed near my feet, sitting up straight with her eyes half open, as if, you know what tigers do, like before they pounce, you know.
I have no idea what a tiger does. Why would I know what a tiger does before it pounces? I meet very few of them in my everyday life.
Very strange why the cats go crazy over the tea bag.
Well, it sounds, Wendy, as though your cats want to kill you. I mean, I don't wish to alarm you. They definitely want you dead.
Oh, well, that's okay. On my own, it's fine. Yeah.
Redouble security, and if you feed them tins of cat food, I would hide the tin opener so they need to rely on you for their dailies. All right. Thanks a lot, Wendy. 0345 6060 973. Let's read some text and emails. Matt emails. What is your opinion on the NHS workers that are creating these videos of dancing? I understand they have breaks, and that's fine. But when patients are lying in beds, how can a whole ward do a dance? Obviously, that's not busy. It's a disgrace, says Matt. I'm aware that there was one, but I went by that story because I thought I don't really need to see some amateurs dancing. Regardless of what they actually do for a living, I don't need to busy myself with that. So it's hard to have an opinion on something I haven't really seen. But if I would have to assume that if NHS workers are creating dance videos, that they do actually have the spare time to do it. They're not leaving people in great need to suffer because of their absence while they put together a routine. Rob says, that's probably not the answer you're looking for, Matt, but that's the one I'm going to give you. Rob says, my local postman passed my house last week in a pair of shorts, no gloves or mask, then spat on the floor and wiped his mouth with his hand. Luckily, I've had no post for a couple of weeks, said Rob. Well, here's a suggestion for posties whose work I do appreciate enormously, doing a tremendous job. Not heroes exactly, let's not get carried away. But just a suggestion, can you stop throwing rubber bands on the floor? For crying out loud, all of the rubber bands that have ever existed have been thrown on the floor.
I tweeted in quite a lot as well, and I used to text in, but that's before I started using Twitter.
Oh, was he the one that said about what, listening to that upload that I said that I quite like, it was quite funny?
James O'Brien? Possibly?
Yeah. So I found it funny, and you said, oh, that's on the...
Oh, yeah, James O'Brien, yeah. Oh, Kirsty was listening in to James O'Brien when I had James O'Brien on the other day, and she finds him quite funny.
Household products we can use instead.
She actually stinks when she's tired.
Whatever you find under the sink, just put it in a glass with some ice. Leeds, Vicky.
Hi, Mitch.
Vicky.
Here's a legend. Oh yeah, the Mystery Hour, that's what it's called. I remember now.
It was good.
Probably not going to get a good reception, but I don't know how embarrassing it is that people are doing the clapping. It's just cheating behaviour, and my partner feels the same. I think they're doing the job, they signed up for that, they're trained for it, doesn't it go with the territory? And the story will go to Iraq.
Well, that's a bit different. Signing up in the knowledge
Still
that they may put themselves at risk of death at work. A nurse or a doctor doesn't really have that in mind when they're doing their training, that their work might actually kill them.
Regarding viruses, you know,
no, but you can say, well, you can say the same of a bus driver. The bus driver doesn't know what kind of diseased person is going to get on his bus, and he should have realised that he might die when he signed up. That's no argument at all. I do understand what you're saying. It doesn't really reflect well on the nation that just voted in a party that has been treating the NHS in the way that has left it in serious need at this time of crisis. We decided that we were so delighted with the Tories' performance over the last 10 years with the NHS that we'll give them another 5 years to carry on doing it. And now, suddenly, we're all in the great support of everybody in the NHS. So, when last Thursday it was happening, I thought,
okie dokie.
well, how's this going to end exactly?
Catch you later.
Is it going to call time on this, or is it just going to fade embarrassingly out? Because this isn't going to last forever.
You mean the clapping?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, guys, I just popped in to say hi. We'll catch the stream next week.
It was embarrassing. I said it might fade embarrassingly out because at some point people will stop doing it.
Well, if they do, then the few people. What I'd also like to say is, closing all the businesses down, they need to get things up and running again now. I feel extremely bad for people with businesses who are suffering. And also, let's say
so for what I'm doing right this second,
taken away from other
well, I thought, hang on, I can have Google here and I can show him what I'm. But it just shows you whatever's on the screen.
Coronavirus be at the top of the list.
So you're able to sleep in one car.
Well, the reason why is because it's dramatic.
No, okay.
It's a lot of deaths all at the same time. 50,000 people died because of pollution.
I'm pretty certain I should be right above my bed. Yeah, I am.
But I think London alone, but they don't get headline news over and over again. They just quietly die. That's the reason.
I find that so cool.
You ask me a question, and that's the reason, Vicky. It's because it's dramatic and it's sudden and there's a lot of deaths all at the same time.
Yeah.
That's
What about people who die of influenza, flu and things like that? I mean, there's a lot of people who die from that.
Oh, I see.
I'm agreeing with you.
I forgot.
I'm agreeing with you.
I go exploring again.
Why are people
Whoa.
who are waiting for operations regarding cancer? I don't get
Well, I think that's a situation that has been recognised as something that is not sustainable, and I believe that the NHS and the authorities are addressing that very issue.
Why don't you go exploring, but come this way, come past me? That'd be nice.
Because you're off the map. Well, not completely off the map, but you're in the very corner.
Yeah, because you could go up to me and then across the top way.
Right, okay, but we were expecting this to be much, much worse than it actually has turned out to be. So it's understandable that they want to put all resources into fighting this virus. But I understand what you're saying, Vicky. The other thing is that people who have illnesses and who have discovered that they have something that needs to be taken care of straight away, they are themselves choosing not to go to the hospital because they think it might be a nightmare when they get there.
Well, he's sleeping there, so that's
go
good.
out, and if you do have an issue that does require tetanus,
Have a look around and see if any other villages have randomly changed.
do it today.
That might have
Or
happened.
tomorrow, whenever it suits. 0345 6060 973. Friday and Saturday night at 10. Nick Abbott.
Or change all the workstations to brewing stands. You need to find out how to craft brewing stands.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Their workstations are the
conversation. This is LBC.
I mean, admittedly, it would be a bit weird if you just had a village full of clerics. Just call it. You could just put a sign up and just call it the Vatican.
Boris Johnson has been holding meetings via Zoom this week and met his colleagues yesterday to discuss the coronavirus crisis. Political correspondent John Craig has told LBC the Prime Minister can't wait.
What we've learned is he's raring to go. He'll be back on Monday. He's had a checkers meeting with advisors on Friday. He's meeting the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, on Monday to talk about, obviously, the coronavirus crisis and getting back to his normal schedule.
Oh, hello.
Metropolitan Police Federation says it believes mixed messages from the government about the lockdown is making it harder to police the coronavirus crisis. The organisation has questioned whether DIY stores are essential to open and why traffic on the road is now increasing. John Acton is from the National Police Federation for England and
That's so weird because you're looking at me and then this camera's showing what I'm doing. That is right. Okay.
The action that some drivers have taken
This bit here,
in the roads,
this sort of section we're in now, this is going to be where all the islands are.
They do the best they can to protect the public.
This bit here is going to be like a restaurant slash cafe. This bit here is going to be the entrance and the kiosk. And this bit here is where all the checkouts will be. And yeah, staff room. Oh, hold on. And there's going to be a bit over here which I'm clearing out. And this is where the stock room is, and there's going to be like a staff room. Possibly next to the. Oh yeah, I put the staff room next to the cafe. Oh yeah, like staff from here. Yeah, staff from here. Then you can go to the cafe,
urgent attention.
out onto shop floor or into
Visits
stock
over fears
room.
of catching the coronavirus.
Yeah.
Simon Stevens is
Yeah,
the
there
chief
we go. Look at
executive of NHS England
that.
and insists
Marker down
doctors
here,
are
yeah.
there to help everyone.
We've got spare capacity in hospitals across the country, and that means that, as well as other critical and urgent services, we will be able to restart some of those more routine services that the NHS is also here to provide.
We'll see weather on most areas staying dry
So yeah, it's
through
gonna
the
be
night. There will be a few showers possible over the west and central
when I
parts
get
of
done.
England. It will turn rather chilly tonight, lows of 7 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC.
See you later.
Zora Superman.
On the boat.
This is LBC.
Well, I've got plenty of wood. I can make one real quick.
0345 606 0973. John texts, when do you think that cinemas and theatres and cinemas will reopen? He actually texts, when do you think that cinemas and theatres and cinemas will reopen? Obviously very keen on the cinemas reopening. Cool. I don't know, John.
Oh yeah.
But thanks for the
I
all
like
caps. I would. I really don't know. What are you asking me for? How much?
I made the boat.
I've no idea.
There you go.
Has Sweden shut down theatres and cinemas and such? Because they haven't shut down much. Yeah, Sweden is going their own way, and the experts predicted that they would have a disaster, and that hasn't actually turned out to be
You
the
got
case.
your bed on you?
Oh shit.
Sweden is actually piling up coronavirus cases more slowly than we are.
Oh, I've got one you can have there. There you go. You take that.
Lockdown,
I'll go.
which is economically crippling us.
Thank you.
Sweden had an average of 53 cases per million over the last 3 or 4 days. 53 cases per million, Sweden had it. Britain's figure, 66. 53 in Sweden, no lockdown. 66 in Britain, lockdown. In fact, the lockdowns have been in place for a month now. Britain's 3-day average has been consistently higher than Sweden's since the 28th of March, which is 5 days after Boris ordered the lockdown. Death rates have also been similar, despite the far more drastic restrictions we have on freedom in this country. But Sweden hasn't imposed a lockdown, and they've just emphasised taking individual responsibility. Voluntary social distancing. They think that that's a more durable strategy because people will accept it for longer. Again, I say that we've done very, very well. I'm amazed at how pliant we've been in this country. But Sweden aren't doing that. They're out and about. Shops, bars, restaurants, all open. Here, all shut. And the lockdown here has worked very well as far as a method of temporarily stopping people coming into contact with each other goes. But that can't last forever. Now, when it lifts, just the fact that we've been inside for so long might make us fearful of going out again. Yeah, I do think that people might, even when they throw the doors open and the government says, come out, everything's fine. I don't think people will. Whereas in Sweden, of course, they haven't been locked up to begin with, so there won't be that same concern about venturing out to restaurants and shops and bars, because they weren't ever closed in the first place. So
I get what you're saying though.
That we might be hurting our economy twice over. The initial lockdown,
like people will freak out.
Very slow return to some sort of normality.
Yeah, so
Be like, well, is it actually safe or not?
Wouldn't have suffered either. They wouldn't have suffered on the lockdown or the slow return because it's just sort of carried on, while still managing to have fewer people sick and dying than we do in a population. It's weird, isn't it? We've just taken on that summary. You have to say that Sweden's got it right and the rest of the world's got it wrong. I suppose we'll know when this is over and the tallying up is finished. And Professor Carl Hennigan of Oxford University says the UK epidemic started falling from its peak as early as mid-March, when Britain was taking a similar approach to Sweden, by encouraging hand washing and social distancing rather than ordering a lockdown. And this Professor Carl Hennigan of Oxford University has warned that the damaging effect now of a lockdown is going to outweigh the damaging effect of coronavirus in the UK.
the cure is worse than the disease, in other words. But it's just not what you'd think. The UK's rolling average of cases has been worse than Sweden's since overtaking it on March the 28th. The most recent figures show a typical daily growth of 66 cases per million in Britain, 3 in Sweden, and yet they're all at restaurants, cafes, shops, just doing Swedish things. And you might think, well, maybe we've tested more than they have, because it's difficult to compare one country with another, that one country has a lot of people who have tested positive. That just might be because they've tested more people, but we've tested about the same. 9.2 tests per 1,000 in Sweden, 8.4 per 1,000 in Britain. That's more or less pretty much the same. And the UK is imposing the lockdown in order to slow the spread of the virus. But there are fears that the economic disaster that results from that could be worse than the virus itself. And this Professor Hennigan, director of Oxford University's Centre for Evidence-Based Medicine, said, the key is no one's really understood how many people actually have the infection. You could do that really quickly, he says, with random sampling of 1,000 people in London who thought they had the symptoms. You could do that in the next couple of days and get a really key handle on that problem, and we'd be able to then understand coming out of lockdown much quicker. Test. He says the UK government keeps saying it's using the best science, but it appears to be losing sight of what's actually going on. We've been getting scientific advice that is consistently wrong, he said. It's failed to look at all the data and understand when the peak of infections actually occurred. He said 50% reductions in infections occurred on March the 16th, right when hand washing and social distancing was introduced. If you look at what's happening in Sweden, they're holding their nerve, and they haven't had a doomsday scenario. He says our government's going completely the wrong way around. But, our government keeps saying it's guided by the science. But that doesn't really mean anything. Science says lockdown, but science also says don't lock down. So the government isn't really basing its decisions on science, it's basing them on politics. The government only did what the scientists on the panel advised them to tell them. Then there was still a decision by politicians to choose which scientists were on that panel.
At the start bit?
Yeah.
It's mostly because I'm used to not taking up bed with me and having to wait out the night so I can see if it's night or day.
Oh yeah, I remember when we were doing that before.
It's partly that, partly claustrophobic, and partly so I know where I've gone out. As well as I'm used to having dogs with me as well. So normally I let them sort of decide if they want to come around.
With all the consequences of huge increases in the unemployed and businesses going bust and fortunes lost and life's work ruined, the massive amount of money that is going to take the young who have hardly been touched by this virus, it'll take them years to repay. They'll be repaying it probably for the rest of their lives. I mean, we've just gone through 10 years of austerity. And after those 10 years, this country is in more debt than it was at the beginning of those 10 years. And Sweden isn't going to get away unharmed, of course, because it trades with the rest of the world, which will be broken. But its internal markets will be much healthier, and its citizens will be healthier, physically and mentally, because they won't have suffered as much economically and being shut in. And everything that goes with that. In Sweden, shops and bars have never been closed because the government prefers its citizens to take what they call individual responsibility rather than being forced to obey a lockdown.
Swedish people are probably
Based on complete free fall, Swedes are urged to stay at home and face the
Swedish people.
Oh no, I heard that, but what did you say?
The Swedish people are probably smart.
Yeah.
They're advised to avoid parties, weddings, funerals, keep their distance on public transport, but there's not a legal requirement. And gatherings of up to 50 people are still permissible.
Why am I being shot at?
In Sweden, primary schools have never been closed. High schools have, universities
Hopefully a
built on,
skeleton
but not
somewhere.
primary schools.
Oh, there, see?
And
On your right.
schools, they use
Oh.
That's what happened to me earlier. I was just looking around like, huh?
Yeah.
Skeletons against burst trees.
What? And people are milling around in parks on sunny days in Stockholm and sitting outdoors in restaurants and bars without the press, having photographers follow them about filing stories with the headline Co-Vignettes.
You don't happen to have any green
45
pieces of
6060
fabric, do you?
Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk
Oh,
and
right.
it's on Twitter it's at LBC. Friday and Saturday night at 10. Nick Abbott, LBC.
This is LBC.
Right now at the Halifax, we live
Maybe it's just decided it's going to open up Microsoft Outlook. Literally, I haven't done anything and it's just gone Outlook.
We've created step-by-step guides, help you set up online and mobile banking.
which is safer and easier than anything. Those that really need to see us in person, we're keeping as many branches open as possible. So however you need us at the Halifax,
It's literally opened it, and because you've never used it, it says, by the way, get started, blah blah blah. But no thanks.
take the time to keep our customers happy.
Uh,
We're delighted to
yeah,
be
close that. I didn't want to use it in the first place.
according to thousands of verified reviews. SwaleHeating.com. Rely on us to keep you warm.
Right now, we're all doing our bit to keep coronavirus at bay. But if you're
That was
reaching
weird.
for anti-bac wipes, wet wipes, or kitchen roll, please don't forget that flushing them down your toilet could block your pipes. That's why
I'm guessing a lot of people are shutting down the toilet.
to prevent sewage flowing back the wrong way into your homes
But they've actually had to do an advert about it.
bin it. Don't block it. Take care of your home and pop unflushables in the bin where they belong. For more information, visit thameswater.co.uk/binit. This is LBC with Nick Abbott.
Let's have call it right. Delphi.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Mia, up.
Good conversation, Nick. I mean,
Mia, no. Mia, up. Go on, up. Go on,
Well,
up.
as far as I'm aware,
Mia.
I don't know what goes
Yeah,
on.
go on.
Yeah,
Go on.
But it was
Go
written
on.
up as he sits
Go on.
there and takes notes. He doesn't
Good
actually
girl.
chip in
Go
with
on.
his expert scientific advice. Notes.
you couldn't make up what
Good girl. So you stay there. You stay with Auntie Kirsty.
happened in the last few months. If you'd spoken to me 6 months ago and said that, well, look,
Just for a moment, just let her be. Don't throw her anything. I just want to get used to being there. It's all good.
But I still have faith in the British public. But I've seen things in the last 6 months, Nick, that have made me really lose faith. And even now, people are still.
Like what? Give us an idea. Like what?
Good girl.
Well, you know, it's not just our country, but
Bad girl.
So yeah.
PPE, for instance, one
Who's
was a
this?
nurse that she doesn't live in the
Who's
UK,
this?
and she went to work in the US about 20 years ago. And the way they treat the nurses is appalling. So I think several callers ago, this lady mentioned about cladding. I don't actually go outside and clad, not because I'm a killjoy, but because I'm thinking, give them more money, and for God's sake, give them the right equipment. Because nurses are dying at a rate of knots. But yet when you listen to the PM briefing every night at 5 PM, which I've been listening to, it's just, and I wanted to use the initials of not very nice words. I'm not even going to use the initials. It's just something.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I'm not going to say it, but I wasn't going to use the rude word. I'm just going to use the initials. But what I'm saying is that it's from the second briefing they had when Professor Chris Whitty stood up to speak, and I've always respected experts.
Oh, there we go.
And
So
the problem is, when I listen to him speak, I feel this is not your handiwork here. You're a mouthpiece for the government. So from that moment on, I actually locked down. So I've practically really been on a sort of lockdown since sort of late February. Because I trust what was coming out of their mouth. Because I said to my friend, because I obviously being a writer, we have the first case here, and not too far from mine, it's like a surgery where they were wearing hazmat suits, and they had the yellow ticker tape up saying, do not enter on the gate entrance. when you're looking at the comparison with Sweden, I don't know all the ins and outs of obviously their country and how things are run, but I've been reading some of the reports. But the clear
Stay.
here were
Oh, good job.
et al.
Right. If I keep for a few more seconds, you'll fucking let me go.
I'm still shaking hands with people. Cheltenham was allowed to go ahead, which my friend was going to go to, and I said, do not go near it. I said, this is serious, and this is stupid, we're allowing you to go ahead. There was a football match where I think Spain was on a lockdown, but yet we hoped to run their teams here.
Yeah, it was Madrid, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
We're going to
That
have a
was allowed to go
sauce.
ahead because of course Johnson was a rugby.
There
So
we
when
go.
you've got the leaders not taking it seriously, following the idiots in the US, then when we first locked down, people didn't really take it seriously. They were like, oh, Boris Johnson doesn't really believe in this. Because, of course, he was still following their laissez-faire economic policy. He didn't really want to tell people what to do. He didn't really want to lock down the economy because it affects him and his friends' business interests. But they had...
Well, I know what you're saying, but it does get a bit difficult. You do get into the weeds quite quickly when you start to think, well, what should they have done, and what would be the consequences of doing what they initially started out with, as opposed to what they're doing now. And it's one of these things that's really not clear what the best way to go is. Because I was talking about Sweden, and you just mentioned Sweden. If we'd just gone along with take it on the chin and wash your hands, then we would be doing what Sweden are doing. And they seem to be, on the surface, I mean, unless the situation has changed since I looked a day or so ago, then they seem to be in a better shape than we are.
The difference is, I think, Nick, and I agree with you, because when our government first reacted, I'm not a tourist reporter, but I did think fantastic, they're taking action. But there are a couple of things that they didn't do that I would have done. I would have done contact tracing from the get-go. I mean, we've got Gatwick just up the road. Flights are coming in from all these dangerous hotspots around the world. They were telling me my friend went to the airport. He was like, oh my God, they're not even checking temperature. People are just flying through. And I thought, don't forget, the UK is a hub for many countries. The twist is that you don't pass through Sweden to go to somewhere else. That's true. So we are a major transport hub. And then what did we have? The Orange Dream in the US said, oh, we're closing routes to Europe, but people could come through the UK. So they did. You know. So we had that extra traffic coming through. But the thing is that they didn't take it seriously enough. And I agree with you. When they first said about the sort of lockdown, I sort of locked down personally because I thought I simply would catch a cold if it was still better to me. You know, I really did catch it. And I just thought, let me just stand back and see what's really going on here. But because they didn't seem to have a handle on other things, you know, there's no contract tracing, the airports weren't really locked down, the message was a little bit unclear from the government in that, and also because it's a newly formed government, and quite frankly, they're not the most competent individuals that are running this country at the moment, because they have always come across to me as very narcissistic. They're not really interested in my health or your health or other people's. Money has been their main driver, and that's fine, because the economy flourishing is really, really important, but they didn't seem to have a coordinated approach. Everybody was really experienced, and they have their own issues behind the scenes within that party, which I'm not sort of privy to. But you're right, Sweden seem to have a clear, consistent message, and I think that's serving them well.
Well, you can't accuse the government lately of not having a clear, consistent message, because they just kept repeating that three-line phrase over and over and over again. And you know, if you are wedded to a message, then that's a good thing. You should stick to it and keep repeating it, because advertising works. You know, Coca-Cola still advertise after all of these years, and everybody knows it exists, but you just get reminded, you think, you know what, I'd like a Coca-Cola.
Yeah, exactly. But the fact is that you're absolutely right. But when they're asked questions in these meetings every day at 5 o'clock, they just trust
this is why you need to carry around.
They're like robots. I've stopped watching it. I just can't bear it anymore.
No, I've stopped watching it. It is robotic. And it's disingenuous as well, because people are dying.
Okay, what did you get?
Responsibility for my own health and life. I can't rely.
Everybody should. Yeah, don't.
I was going to say gold dust. for some reason.
Well, I'm going to talk to you. All the best. Thanks a lot, Delphine. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Let's have Milton Keynes. Debbie.
Hi, Nick. First time caller. A little bit nervous. But as I was saying to one of your researchers, I've been doing care for over 4 years. And I've enjoyed every minute of it. And I'm doing it because I have a passion for people. I enjoy people. I enjoy stories.
Hi. She doesn't care. It looks so funny on the screen.
I want to do one
Hello.
that was Bowden from the
Oh.
on Thursday night.
Oh, you should, okay.
And that was
Okay, food.
I know those are all the same thing. I've been embarrassed. I've been doing this for 20 years. And I never wanted it. I'm passionate about it. You know, I love helping people. Every time I step out the door,
Oh, crap. Back on.
I'm actually trying to run quickly.
I forgot to put this back on. After it had a little hissy fit.
I suspect that there's a lot going on here. I mean, first of it is people take nurses for granted first, and now nurses are being asked to do something that they actually didn't sign up for. Nobody goes into the medical profession thinking that they may die from their work. Soldiers do, but not nurses. So they're being asked to do something that is way beyond what is normally expected of them. So in that respect, we're showing our appreciation. But there's also other things that go along with it. There's a bit of salving of guilt that we voted for a party that burst into a round of applause when the vote came in to refuse a pay rise for medical professionals. Now, you can't have both. You can't say that we are totally satisfied with the Conservatives running the NHS over the last 10 years and then give them another 5 years to keep doing it, while also saying that it's a disgrace and you should have changed your ways and pay them more. It's either or. I mean, either you continue to vote for them, and by which is accepting their policies, or you vote for somebody else and let them have go with it. So I think there's a bit of guilt in there. I just wonder how it's, like I said before, I wonder how it's going to end, because someone's going to have to call, right, that's it, that's the last one, thank you very much everybody, we appreciate it, or it's just going to just peter out.
Yeah, I can also say that this is the first time that I've had
It's the ugly duckling llama, them three are white.
Conversation throughout the night with you.
Oh, if only you had some carpet.
Well, that's nice of you. Well, thanks, Debbie.
Carpet tiles, yeah.
Oh, well, that's
You put the carpet tiles on them, and then you put chests on them, and they can carry stuff
happiness
around.
all around. Well, you just got to wheedle it out. All right. Good to talk to you. Thanks a lot, Debbie. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, actually, this occurred to me a couple of weeks ago. It's weird, this, isn't it? Because we've been shown the possibility of a better life. I mean, the amount of stories that you've probably read about nature bounding back, and you've got goats wandering up Welsh towns, high streets, and I never heard birds tweeting so loudly in the garden. I mean, they are for real. The blossom is heavier than the trees, the air is clear, the roads are silent. It's better in a lot of ways to the life that we had before this.
You could literally plug that up and allow water to
There's lots of the misery of people's hopes and dreams having gone, and businesses, jobs, money, and all of that.
Okay, so it's the back load then.
But if we can just cling on to some parts of what we've got now,
okay, here we go.
Emerge the better for it.
There we
it's
are.
almost as though God has been slumbering for the last 100 years. and we've been crying out about all sorts of things that ail us, and trying to fix them ourselves hasn't, because we're not that motivated to do so. And God's been asleep, and then he wakes up, or she wakes up, and starts hearing all these calls about climate change and air pollution and overpopulation and an aging population and the rush hour stress and over-consumerism. And he thought, well, okay, here you go. Have this tiny invisible thing. That'll sort the lot of it for you. 0345 6060 973. Text 8485. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. I'll just remind you about the podcast that me and Carol McGiffin do. Carol McGiffin is an extremely funny person. And with her, I try to solve your problems. It comes out every Monday. It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? And if you want your problem to be solved, then you'll have to tell us what it is. You can email nickandcarol@global.com.
email in detail about your annoying housemate.
Why has that just stopped?
I have no idea. How will it? I don't do that every now and then, the LBC app. That's why initially I stopped using it and I just found a radio app. I can't decide what to make my the travel panel.
Discuss the crisis. Ministers say it's still too soon to start relaxing the coronavirus lockdown. A number of people who've died in the UK is now the virus has risen by 813 in the last
Oh yeah, I was about to say. Over
It's
that.
like jumped over it.
Priti Patel has called it a tragic and terrible milestone and urged the public to stick to social distancing.
Well, I'm trying to go around the whole
BBC
thing
where
about
most areas staying dry through the night. There will be a few showers possible across the west and central areas of England, turning chilly though, a low of 7 degrees.
LBC.
Arthritis affects 1 in 6 people. That's why next week Sheena Fogarty will be looking into the impact it can have on people's lives. Throughout the week on LBC, Sheena will be joined by experts and those who have been affected to discuss the symptoms, groundbreaking treatments, and how we can all help make a difference. Join LBC next week to hear the passionate people that are involved in raising arthritis awareness. Thanks to Versus Arthritis and LBC.
Listen to Raj go. Polyrhythm, Paradil. A drum solo so epic, he nearly forgot his mom's birthday back in Delhi. Good thing Raj has Western Union on his phone and can send money quickly online. Download the app today. This service is provided by Western Union. FX games apply.
Right now, we're all doing our bit to keep coronavirus at bay. But if you're reaching for
I'm not even
antibiotics,
found like
kitchen roll,
any different biome. Maybe like jungle with loads of trees, but it weren't that many, so I don't think it was.
to prevent sewage flowing back the wrong way into your homes or gardens,
It would depend on what you're trying to look for.
don't block it. Take care of
Any
your home and
random
pop
stuff.
flushables in the bin where they belong. For more information, visit thameswater.co.uk/bid.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 03.
Oh Jesus!
I pressed the jump button, but it didn't jump.
Oh, what did it on there? Like,
56060 973. Let's have Felton.
do you have anything that can happen over there?
Just listening to your comparison
Could
to
it
us
happen or
from
something?
Sweden. I have a background in illness. I'm a retired nurse and I did quite a nursing working abroad in Africa, etc. Now, the thing is, Sweden have a population of 10 million and an area of 176,000 square miles. We've got a population of 68 million
Really?
and an area of 94,000 square miles.
Yes.
So that means they can take a different approach. If you do epidemiology, disease control, epidemics, this is why, quite rightly, the two countries have a different approach.
Well, not really, because if you take Birmingham and Stockholm, they have almost exactly the same population. So you would assume that if you were right, that Birmingham would have and Stockholm would have
You've got enough
case rate. But
it's just a just stand next to it.
and also styles of living. I mean, in a cold country, you're not going to be going out and mixing a lot as you would in a warmer country, such as Latin countries that are suffering quite badly with this.
Well, we're not comparing with them, we're comparing us with
I know,
Oh, give over.
It's unknown, and everybody's learning every day on how to deal with this. I think people are going to be making mistakes. People are going to be having success.
Oh, you got a bow and arrow? Still got your bow and arrow?
Between population density between us and Sweden.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the problem.
as a country, yes, but most people live in towns and cities.
Hello, Andy.
Population density in towns and cities is more or less the same in Sweden as it is here.
Did I just accidentally hit the end man?
Maybe.
I mean, I'm not arguing because I
Just block it off
If you
completely.
go to a restaurant, for instance, then
Just to be safe, right?
the layout inside will be more or less the same in Sweden as it is in Britain.
It's because I'm near
I understand what you're saying, and you're correct, apart from the fact that Sweden has more space, but people don't live in that space. People live in towns and cities, and I'd suggest that the population density is probably the same.
Oh, that might be what it is then.
In a place like Birmingham.
Yeah, go take that thing out. You'll probably have to sleep in there.
Because land matters more. People will live on top of each other rather than out flat, as is more the case in Birmingham and probably Stockholm. But
I know you're saying about the economy.
What the fuck was that? Oh my god!
Oh my god!
There were no bailouts for these big corporations, these billionaire corporations, and the bank should be forced to help small businesses, and insurers should be made to pay out to all these people who've had to come back from their holidays or lost their holidays, and these small businesses have taken out business interruption insurance, and I'm afraid it appears that these people are being stiffed.
well, now did you get a reply?
Not yet, no.
Oh, come on. There we go. Right, what do you want to do? I think the only thing I've got here is Oreo biscuits or bonbons.
Oreo biscuits.
Bourbons even. Bourbons. Shall I bourbons?
Oh, bourbons. Baby.
But I wouldn't expect anything along those lines anytime soon. Helping out the little guy, that's not really what we have to expect.
Don't fuck around with your okay?
Yeah, they're meant to be mine.
Actually, you got them for me to do stuff with, and I elected to share them with you. The least you can do is share them back with me.
I think, what's the figure? It's, have I got it up? Wait a minute.
Just letting yourself and taking the extra one.
Money they just doled out is going to people who earn over £1 million a year. It's staggering. These, they produced a bill that was like
You're probably raising for it.
tiny thing. You need a microscope to be able to read. The Republicans put in this thing.
Eat them before you eat them. Fuck off! He's literally been opening them and placing them on there for the last 2 minutes. The last 2 minutes he's been doing it. As soon as I touch them, that's it.
That's because they know I won't. I told you before, you're still the new person.
Those that have more, and those that don't. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Maidstone. Anne.
For anyone watching it, I can't see. How do you eat your Oreos?
I was just going to say, like, I don't know what we expect.
I must admit,
But
they are nice in a cup of milk.
I don't know what we expect anymore.
What I do is that's what you do. Crush them up and like put them in a cereal, like have it as a cereal. Just put these in a bowl of milk.
Why do we keep
Oh.
comparing to other countries? I just think that we have to look at our own countries. Every country's different.
Hi,
The
Cleo.
dynamics are all different and
How you
everything.
doing?
I mean, I believe in England. I
That's
believe
what
in
I
our
do
country,
in
the
one.
United Kingdom. And I believe in our government, and I'm happy for them to take us forward.
Think of that.
I mean,
But do you believe in them because they're British or because they've proven themselves to be up to the task?
Up to the task.
Seriously, where'd it go?
I want to read that.
There was a creeper.
Leads you to that
I'm guessing it went in there.
What evidence do you
Oh,
have
yeah,
that
I
that's
like
true?
I don't have any evidence to tell me that it's not.
Well, that's not the question I asked.
Yes, and I don't.
That's not. I'm not asking for an absence of proof. I'm asking you what leads you to the conclusion that they're up to the task.
Because I believe in.
I
I
believe
believe
I
that
fly.
we have with our own government.
I believe I am gonna fly.
But the scientists, the evidence
I
that they are
believe
using to
I'm
formulate their plan is, they say, guided by the science. Now, the science is given to them by a group of people whose names we are not allowed to know, and nor are we allowed to know what the science is that they're basing their advice on. Yeah, so it's all secret. So how can you say that this is an open process? It's the opposite of that.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I also understand that we have to keep some things close to our chest. You know, it's like everything. But I do believe that, I mean, why would anybody want to live in China, for instance?
Is that the alternative?
The alternative is to live in England.
I don't think it's just us. If you don't like England, you can go live in China.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is, but imagine living in China
Oh,
under these circumstances.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
I'd rather not if it's okay with you.
Yeah, but at least we have the free press, with the free press, and we can actually speak, and we can talk about these things. They can't, and this is where it all stems from. And I just think it's mind-boggling when our own country wants to pick fault in everything that we're doing. When I think, my God, it's a new virus. We do not know
Just saying.
What?
it's going to lead.
Fucking birch trees.
We can have a fair
They're
idea.
everywhere.
Experts and epidemiologists do have a fair idea of what a virus breakout like this involves. The government was told in a briefing that they got last year about this exact scenario. Over and over again they were told, and everything that was in the briefing has come true. So they can't hide behind the excuse that nobody knew and it couldn't have been predicted and all this is unprecedented and blah, blah, blah. Because they were given the evidence, they were told what to do, and they didn't do anything. And now they're playing catch up. Now I understand what you're saying, that in times of great emergency, we go to the flag and we get patriotic and we must support our boys. You know, when we go to war, the sun will be down there waving our boys off, and they'll print the Union Jack on the front of the paper, and everyone will feel patriotic pride. But that's not what is happening here. Politicians are making political decisions, be they based on what some scientists say or not, and this is the time for scrutiny. We can't just let them get on with this and hope for the best. These aren't experts, they're politicians. And their primary concern, as we know, was Brexit rather than this virus. They're playing catch-up on this. So now is not the time to just say, okay, well, we're Britain and we'll get through this, and we trust our government, and because they've not shown themselves to be trustworthy. And Boris Johnson, in particular, has not shown himself to be trustworthy. So I'm reserving my judgment.
Okay. Well, we can leave this then that we'll agree to disagree.
All right. Well, that's a nice way to end. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Lisa texts. Lisa says, if you keep going on about God, you'll have Ken on the phone. Be careful.
And you know what? Have you heard the word of the Lord?
Have you all learned to Jesus?
In your life? No.
That bloke. Susie says, do you think Boris is going back to work too early? No, Susie, because let's understand that Boris is going to resume his normal schedule. So presumably he'll be announcing he's off on holiday for 2
No, I've got
weeks.
some by my house.
Yeah, but not
Chris
that week.
texts, wow, alcohol sales up 31.4%. Sounds a shock horror headline. But remember, you need to deduct the huge amount of alcohol which used to be consumed in pubs, clubs, restaurants, and hotels.
Yeah,
So I've no
sometimes
idea
just jump up
perhaps
onto it.
drinking more. Personally, I'm doing my best, he says. Perhaps you could run the numbers and come back to us in the
Well,
final
have you
hour.
got any spare bits of stuff?
Absolutely, Chris.
Well, you can
But
travel
my
it up.
understanding was that
Just make sure you come out
alcohol
for
sales
breath
had
every now and then, and
and
yeah.
it wasn't determined on where the alcohol sales had happened. It was more the overall number. But thinking back, it didn't specifically say that.
There we are.
It was perhaps a badly written article. I should have done my own research. I'm very bad at this job. Thanks, Chris. 0345 6060 973 text 84850.
Huh?
Yeah, got that.
Okay. And if you're on Twitter, it's at LBC.
What the hell? Looks you right. A floating bit of land.
Coming up at 1 on LBC, Richard Spur as Boris Johnson prepares to return to work tomorrow morning. What's the first thing you'd like him to do when he's back in number 10? Richard Spur on LBC.
Every Worcester Bosch
Oh,
boiler
yeah, it's
soil
of
heating
interest.
stores comes with a warranty of up to 10 years.
No.
Great surely, isn't it? If we take the time to do things properly. Swaleheating.com.
Oh.
To keep you warm.
You're a successful small business. You've got the right team in place.
I just had that idea.
That's why now is the perfect time to outsource your payroll
Right.
to FMP. Because nothing
Do you want to know the nearest mansion to your location or the nearest mansion to your house?
coffee in the kitchen. But that's not my call.
How many mansions are there?
Fully managed payroll.
Well, there's always normally more than one mansion in a map.
I don't know. I thought there was only one.
No, I've found nearly a dozen in one map before, and that was on the old map before they went bedrock and got expanded.
Nearest one to my house would probably be better. Because then anything I get, I can quickly dash it to the house.
Statutory sick pay relief packages, as well as the coronavirus job retention.
But then again, I am really far out right now.
For information, go to gov.uk/business-support. Now, this is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345
Night time or is it
973
raining?
at LBC.
Yeah, it's going towards night time.
John texts, you are absolutely right. There have been mobs of cars last couple of days around me too. They will go right back to their own ways. Let's face it, what's that? Oh, sorry, it moved. They will go right back to their own ways. Let's face it, a species that can vote Trump in is beyond saving. But hey, the glimmer of light was good while it lasted.
Right.
Yeah. Let's not go straight back to doing all those stupid things we did before, eh? Let's take some of this better way of living with us. Less pollution, less noise, less travel, less consumerism, and so on. Declan emails, I think we should freak the Christians out by renting helicopters, flying over to churches and emptying out boxes of dead frogs. Well, that's just plain offensive. But that would probably tip of some people over the edge. I mean, we've had everything else. Plague, famine, floods, fire, raining frogs. That's about the only thing that's missing. Steve says, can't be done on the radio, I know, but you have a collection of books in a bookcase behind you in your study. Who knew so many people had so many books? Who are they? They haven't read those books. 0345 6060 973. Southampton, William.
Hello there, Nick. I disagree entirely with that last conversation with that gentleman you had. We've got honest local government. I'm shaking in my bones listening to that rubbish. I'm telling you now, Cameron, May and Johnson in 10 years' time will still be blaming the Labour government of the past 3 years ago for all the panic and disarray that we've had in this panic-stricken world now.
All Jeremy Corbyn's fault, I think you'll find.
Actually, when Keir Starmer stands up against Johnson in the next 6 weeks, they'll still be blaming Keir Starmer.
So did you say you're going to try and find one nearest to my house, yeah?
Yeah, where's it out there?
And Cameron, look at yourself.
I know the coordinates to it.
Because I'm telling you, you're all wrong.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Mother Nature's looking after every citizen.
I thought you said you knew.
And God help us.
Yeah, I've got a picture of it.
Oh.
Right, well,
So you don't know, you've got a picture.
Anything of the sort, and neither is God. God sent out the Holocaust.
Do you need all three or just two of them or what?
All three.
38.
Hold on. 38.
70.
Yeah.
418.
Just concentrate on your breathing, will you? You're going to give yourself an aneurysm. 0345 6060 973. Pauline Hastings.
Yes, hi. Unfortunately, while I was waiting to talk to you, I've just got my elbow through my mirror.
Oh.
Holding up there, yeah, my favourite little round mirror, I'm feeling it. I picked the up to the
Oh dear. What?
You didn't hurt yourself, did you?
No. I just got suddenly bad luck.
We'll do this tomorrow.
So they say.
The nearest woodland mansion is whether there is one here. And
only one.
Well, no, it just shows you the nearest one.
Mm-hmm.
7096. That's the first number.
7,000.
Yeah, the second number is 5 4 6 4. Prep yourself, go to bed, get a good night's rest.
That's the nearest fucking one.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Well, another thing, on Bedrock, the mats are, yeah, well, up to 4 million or something stupid like that. But, yeah.
Have you noticed that? I'm sorry. Have you noticed that?
I wish I could. I literally don't have anything to eat now. You have been a super good girl. I don't have anything here.
Yeah, you only went to prison once today. That's an all-time new.
Yeah, I love you too.
So yes, I have noticed, but it just still seems different, and I think that in some
Right, I'll head home then.
we are being taught a lesson.
Yeah, I think that'd be best.
Even though that's the complete opposite way that I need to go, but...
Oh, fuck it.
Hello. Oh, hello. Thank you. Excuse me. You serious right now?
Everything's so different now. And I think, I really do believe, and I'm not religious, but I really do believe this is a lesson in time that has been a long time coming, and I don't like to say that because it hurts you, because I've got certain illnesses myself, and I don't wish that on anyone, but I think that, you know, it is time that things change everywhere. And the other thing I heard, when a lady phoned up to say about her back, she wanted back, so I physically felt sick. I thought that was awful. I don't know how she would phone up and say that, with things the way they are, and what they think was caused this.
Right,
So,
okay.
that's all I've got to say on that.
All right, well, it sounds like you said it to me. Excellent work. Thanks a lot. Ta-ra, 0345 6060 973. There's no doubt that the life that we had just a couple of months ago was a life out of balance.
Oh, Koyanis
Koyanis, as the Hokies used to say. Everybody should go and watch that film and thank me later. Well, no, wait, I've changed my mind. You can thank me now. It was a life out of balance. And it, this is not an original thought, but it did occur to me that there are two things that are spreading all over the world. I'd like to share a revelation that I've had during my time here. It came to me when I tried to classify our species, and I realized that we're not actually mammals. Every mammal on this planet instinctively develops a natural equilibrium with the surrounding environment.
This boat has saved my life.
We move to an area.
This boat has made it so much easier. This river here goes right the way that I need to go.
The only way we can survive is to spread to another area. There's another organism on this planet that follows the same pattern. Do you know what it is? A virus. Human beings are a disease, a cancer of this planet. We're a plague, and Agent Smith is the cure. Matrix fans. Let's have Ken in Westminster. I don't think so. Jean, Sue.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Sue.
Yeah.
I think that Ken might have been the your wife. No.
That is your program, and I love it. But the reason
Spreading about a bit, yeah.
Sorry?
I'm spreading it about a bit, yes. Thank you.
The reason I called was I think I spoke to you some weeks ago, and I said the same things I'm going to say to you now. We could have solved this problem by issuing those face visors to everybody in the country, and one of the decent brown masks that's renewable or washable, whatever they call it. And if everybody walked around like that, you wouldn't be spreading it out there, and you wouldn't be receiving it in your face either. And when you consider they issued 38 million gas masks in the Second World War, which were far more complex, and people had a case to come with them.
Yes, that's right.
Why, you know, this wasn't really
fuck that.
at the end of the day, because you just stop it spreading like that. You know, so don't blame them.
Correct, Mundo. I had this thought about a month ago. I said it on the air. You know, all this could have been stopped at source if they just
Okay, the never is dangerous.
How even never already?
A mask, unless
I
it's
made a never cool.
and high-tech one, is to stop you giving what
Doesn't
you've got
take
to
that
other
much
people.
to me.
A respirator is to stop other people giving what they've got to you. So if a respirator costs £10, which a government can certainly source, if they bought in the kind of bulk that the government buys in, they could source it at £10, and they give it to every single person in the land, that would cost £650 million, which is a drop in the ocean compared to the amount of money that they're going to spend on dealing with the thing that is the result of not having a mask.
I remember you saying it though. I remember you actually saying those words, which was very wise.
Well, if I keep flapping my gums, eventually I'll get something right.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, I mean, even if what you're saying is true, but even if they didn't only survive that basic thing that I was talking about, if it's stopping you giving it to somebody else, that means there's somebody else who isn't getting it. So
Exactly.
it's sort of a pro-con, really.
Yeah. The thing with masks is that they look terrible and they're difficult to find. So I thought, wouldn't it be great if somebody actually designed a mask that people would want to wear? And they have. I retweeted this story from a design magazine called Design. There's a designer called Ron Arad, A-R-A-D, and he designs, he's into architecture and furniture and that sort of thing. He's come up with some masks that have designs of Picasso and I think Matisse and some other artists as well. And they look really great. And he's stuck them on a few celebrities to publicise it. And at the moment you see it, you think, hey, you know what, I'd like to wear that mask. Not even necessarily for personal protection, but if I'm going to wear it for personal protection, I'd rather look fantastic while I'm doing it. So at the moment I saw it, I thought, I want one of those, and you probably will too. And I believe that they're going to be on sale. And I don't know how much money, but some, if not all, that's raised is going to go to the NHS. That's my understanding. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's it. So you might want to look that up. Excellent idea, Ron Arad. All right, thanks a lot, Sue. Bye-bye. Cheers, buddy. Ta-da. What might happen between now and next Friday at 10 o'clock? Well, it just fairly blows my mind. I can't even contemplate it. But whatever it is, we'll chew it up, we'll spit it out then, eh? Stick around. Steve Allen will set you straight at 4, I think. But right now it's Richard Spur.
Good morning. There could be 5 actually for Steve, but the big news is that the Prime Minister Boris Johnson is returning to number 10 tomorrow morning after his post-COVID convalescence at Chequers. He says he's raring to go, but opinions starting to divide now about when and how this lockdown should be lifted. This morning, the deaths in hospital alone in Britain crossed the 20,000 mark. What now needs to be the strategy of the government to pull us out of this nosedive and to safeguard the economic future of this country? Your financial security. Are we, as Starmer says, being treated like children? Is it now time to lift the lockdown? And what should Boris Johnson's first act be when he's back in the chair on Monday? I want you to call me now, 0345 6060 973.
On your radio, on
Global
Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This
I just said, yeah, I did it.
BBC.
What are you doing?
Oh, Dad.
Global's newsroom at 1 o'clock.
I
Boris
really thought
Johnson's
of
office
bacon
says he will
sandwich.
be back at work on
I
Monday,
make bacon
2
sandwich,
weeks
man.
after recovering from coronavirus. Political correspondent John Craig
I
has
know,
told
you do what you
LBC
want,
the
you
Prime
want.
Minister has
Go
already
do
departed
something and go do it.
He's had a series of
Well, my
calls and Zoom
girlfriend are wearing a
meetings with key figures
partnership and
throughout
this
this
is your
week.
house,
He's
so I
hosted a
like to
daily
run
video
the
call
by
with the
you at
Foreign
least.
Secretary Dominic Raab, who of course has
Why?
been his stand-in for the
But
past
that's
few
how
weeks.
partnership
He's
should
also
be,
had
you
lengthy
know.
discussions with the
I don't
Chief
mean with
Medical
every
Officer at
little
Chris
thing
Whitty
like,
and the Chief
oh
Scientific
honey, I
Advisor
think I need to go for a
Sebastian
poo. You can't just go for a
We're told he's been
poo.
very busy whilst he's been at Chequers.
No.
The Metropolitan Police Federation says it believes
You
mixed
want a
messages from the
sandwich?
government about the lockdown is making it harder to police the coronavirus crisis. The organisation has questioned whether DIY stores are essential to open and why traffic on the road is now increasing. The government has denied, though, that
bacon
it
and
is sending
tomato
mixed
salad.
messages. Meanwhile, the medical director for NHS England, Professor Stephen Powers, says people must not break the lockdown rules, especially during the hot weather.
The sun is out around the country, the days are getting longer, and
Yeah,
I'm sure it's tempting
Ah,
for people to feel that they should go out. But of course, I can't emphasise enough that we are far from
FYI,
there
I'm going
yet.
to save an
It's
exit,
really critical that people
so you should be able to just
their
really on there.
compliance with those social distancing
you're not there anymore.
instructions. It won't take
Nah.
much for this virus to start increasing its
Oh,
transmission
well.
again and to spread more widely.
Like, do the bacon
Latest
sandwich.
figures show more than 20,000
Go
people
there.
have now died in UK hospitals
bed.
from the coronavirus.
Oh, well,
813
bacon
deaths have
sandwich.
been recorded in the last 24 hours. Health officials are urging people to travel to A&E departments if they have other
Why don't you
medical
want one?
conditions that require
Hmm?
urgent
Why don't
attention.
you want one now?
Hospitals have seen a downturn.
Because if I'm eating and then going straight to bed, not the best thing, do they?
Why?
Because I get really bad indigestion.
You get what?
I get really bad indigestion.
Oh, I didn't hear the word between really and indigestion. That's what it was.
Mainly one of them morning.
This year's event was cancelled due to the
Happy birthday.